cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. Some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but someday we'll realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wants to hear from Sandra. Every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Alrighty. Good morning, beautiful folks. Happy Tuesday, Medical Rundown Tuesday. And we have so much to cover today. Why does it look like for a second there I was actually frozen? I see Cloudflare is having some sort of massive outage today, and that is impacting us as well as many others around the world. So we will see how that goes, but you will be getting an error message on the website this morning. Oh, looks like it just came back up. Okay, then. I was speaking too soon. Okay. All right. So anyway, I suspect that we had our web guy trying to work on it to see what he could do, and I'm not sure if he actually if he turned it off or if Cloudflare just started working. So let's just say that if you have any issues today, we are aware of we are aware of some issues with Cloudflare. So we'll keep an eye on it and push through, as they say. Good morning, Mr. Robert Irvelin is here. Good morning to you. We have Plain and Straight in the house this morning. Good morning, Plain and Straight. Miss Barbara G, how you doing, honey chill? And we are going to go ahead and get the show started. All right. Very good. Morning, Island Pearl. So let's go ahead and welcome Shamari Scott into the studio. Shamari, I'm going to have you adjust your camera just a little bit before you come on. Pull it down for me so I see less of your ceiling. Yes, there we go. We want to see how slim and trim you're really looking. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing, Sandy?
Yes, doing good. How is everything?
Everything is amazing. So apologies for not being able to make it last week. Dr. Benoit, being, the cardiothoracic surgeon that he is, had an emergency, so we weren't able to come on, and we definitely needed him for the topic we were going to have. But you see, maybe we should skip a week. You want to know why, Sandy?
Because your team won?
2 times in a row. 2 times in a row since I've been on last in our post-Greer era. After we fired the GM, we have won 2 straight, one against one of the leaders in our division. So that was a huge win against Buffalo. And we went to Spain. There's a game in Spain, the first NFL game ever in Spain against the Washington Commanders. And we won that game this past.
Why are they in Spain, though?
So, all right. I guess it's a little bit like Coca-Cola, right? Where after you saturate markets, you have to enter new markets. And there's a long story about back in the day with the Olympics, and it were non-professional athletes because the U.S. was just that good at basketball. And then David Stern had a vision to turn the sport globally and petition to get professionals to play basketball in the Olympics. And that was the birth of the team, which was Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, all the legends. And globally, by people seeing the Dream Team overseas, there were a lot of young, even Dirk Nowitzki, who became a legend, first fell in love with basketball, seeing the Dream Team. So what the NFL has done is that they actually take 2 NFL teams, and they first started in the UK, and they would turn our football, soccer, right, stadiums into American football stadiums. And it went so well, then they started branching out, not only in the UK, then they went to Mexico, went to Brazil. This year, they've actually been to Germany, I think 2 other European countries, and Spain was this last week. So, the stadiums are packed.
American football is going global.
So they're making sure to now solidify their global base, and the stadiums are packed. And it's like, what I hear is the amount of excitement that happens around the Super Bowl. It's like every time they have an overseas NFL match, it's like a Super Bowl based on the week leading into it and the such. So anyway, we were first game ever played in Spain, and we won. We beat Washington, and a lot of times Miami is chosen as one of the teams to play overseas just because internationally we're already very well known and very well liked. So there are a lot of Dolphins fans, it seems, to be organically overseas. So anyway, long story short, 2 games in a row. Even though people say, oh, we should lose out and get a higher draft pick, players never want to lose, right? So playing hard. GM is gone, 1-2 in a row. So we'll see how it goes.
Very good. Well,
we may actually win out and go to the playoffs.
That would be wild, considering how poorly the season started.
That is right.
Miracles. We have someone who is weighing in on this, and they said he should stay off the radio longer. They might win more. My goodness.
We'll see about that. But
yeah. That is too funny. All right. Well, good luck to you. There's a lot of us who are suspicious that they all of a sudden started winning as soon as the GM is gone, right? Like, how much is the GM really impacting the players on the field?
Yeah, well, I guess he's the one who has us in a predicament with the player contracts and the such that we have. And I guess after you see the GM being gone, then maybe you start to think, okay, if I like this coach, maybe I need to play harder because he's next on the chopping block. If I like certain players that are here, or they start thinking I might be next, right? So I guess it just signals, guess what? We all better come together and play hard, or
shape up or ship out.
You never know who's going to be here, right? So that's, I guess, how it works sometimes, right?
Time to shape up. All right. Well, thank you for our football update. I feel like you need to be doing that sports show for me, but we'll get to that in another day.
It would be a Miami Dolphins and a Lakers sports show, but okay.
No other content. I feel you. Well, we are here to talk about lung cancer awareness. Now, Shamari, I'm going to pick a bone with you. First of all, You did not pat yourself on the back for a little accolade over the weekend. So please, before we go any further, and I totally forget, let's talk about the Chamber Business Awards dinner that happened on Saturday, and how you walked away with an award.
No, definitely. So we were runner-up in one category, which was advertising campaign, and it was the Mind the Gap campaign that was speaking to colonoscopies,
Right.
and getting your colonoscopy checks. And even within that campaign, we actually caught someone who was at the starting stage of cancer that we were able to help to treat, which is the whole purpose, right? To get more men to be able to feel to understand that it's something that needs to be done when you hit a certain age category, and to get as many people to get their screening as possible. We always talk about when you catch things earlier, especially today in modern medicine, either your quality of life is going to be much better, or your actual survival rates, depending on what stage you are within your disease profile, will be much better as well, and all of the knock-on positive effects of that. So even though we didn't come away with the advertising campaign, we're still proud of the fact that that was a screening campaign, and screening campaigns aren't necessarily the sexiest, but we were able to actually get an accolade as the runner-up in that area. And then from a community impact area for Health City Explorers, which is our educational program, which has actually won before. So there were some other categories, but and it would have been a decade ago when they actually, imagine that, a decade ago, when they actually had the last Business Excellent Awards, we would have won. So we can't enter that category again. So it just shows you over a decade, right? We have actually been very, very proactive when it comes to education and reaching out to young Caymanians and getting them interested in healthcare. But this one was the Community Impact Award, which it spoke to other areas of our education when it comes to internships, as well as getting into schools. Because it's 10 years later, there are a lot of new programs we would have, such as more or less benchmarking our videos and interaction with the schools, with their science curriculum. So when teachers present our videos, they are actually fulfilling portions of their curriculum, and then they can have the personal interaction with our physicians, our technologists as well. So we're very proud that we would have been able to have won that award. We've had over 90,000 positive interactions with students over our 11 years. And this would be internships. This would be shadow a doctor, when students come in and actually shadow a doctor or a nurse or a somebody within our technology areas. We would have our CERF program, our Summer Undergrad Research Fellowship program, where we bring in pre-med students to be able to see a variety of areas of the hospital, and then actually write a patient, follow a patient pathway and write a diagnosis on the back end. And we've seen many students talking about how that's actually helped them to further their education and give them a leg up on other students that are medically inclined. So we're very proud, and we have a great team. So we actually have Mr. Charles Bush, who is the lead in the education area. That's what he does full time. And Ms. Shakira, who would have come in from our front office and worked her way through different areas within Health City, left for a little bit, but then came back. And she's also the other specialist that is fully and solely designed towards our Health City Explorers program. So we're very proud of them. But without the doctors, without everyone within Health City being willing to give of their time that obviously could be spent in the hospital doing other things to help students, it wouldn't be possible. So it's due to the entire organization understanding from the head down that this is impactful and this means a lot to us, that everybody's involved. And once they get involved with the kids, everybody loves it and then keeps asking, when next are kids coming? Can I be involved? What can I do? So it's amazing that we have a team, and that's why we would have won that award.
Yeah, absolutely. And I must tell you, I was sitting next to a gentleman. I won't mention his name, but Caymanian, and he's had several bouts now with cancer. And during the dinner, one of your team members, Rebecca, came by, and she was saying hi to him, gave him a little hug. And when she walked away, he said, "Oh my God, I cannot tell you how much that lady has really, really impacted my life." Because he was saying that at one point he was actually on a flight going, I can't remember if he said to the UK or where he was going, but there was something that he forgot, some disc or something that he needed. I think with some, tests that had been done to get maybe something else done overseas. And basically she was like, get back here, turned it around for him, just ensured that he had all of the diagnostic information that he needed when he was going overseas. She has just been such a godsend to him that, he was very, very emotional, saying that really Health City and Rebecca's assistance has been so amazing that it has made his cancer journeys, more than one, so much easier to sort of navigate. And he's like, she has really, really saved my life on so many occasions from the perspective of just patient care and getting things done. And that was something less that he had to worry about and stress about, that things were not being handled properly. So yeah, big shout out to all of your staff, because, I always say you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? So everyone contributes. And, maybe people in the marketing team or the patient care team might not think they're contributing as much as a doctor who's performing open heart surgery. But I can tell you, from the perspective of the patients, they feel that way. They're just like, these people are, that's kind of like the frontline people. Like, they might have limited contact with a surgeon, but everybody else they're talking to on a regular basis and they're interacting with them. So
no, definitely. Which Rebecca is it? Because we have two Rebeccas and they're both amazing. But we have Rebecca with a K and Rebecca with two C's. So this is the blonde hair Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay, so just to say that Rebecca is absolutely amazing. All of the team is amazing, but she definitely is one of the best professionals I've had the pleasure of working with. She's very qualified. She is actually the lead for marketing for the international patient care, sales, PR. So she is the head of that division. And I actually marvel at the way she's able to come at things from a strategic level and to be able to help to set up all of the marketing campaigns and processes and whatnot. But then she steps down many levels and she will be at the booths, right? Giving information, health fairs, anything anybody ever needs. When she's on an email, if people aren't answering quick enough, she jumps in. She, as you saw, she will get up and go get a CD and drive to the airport and give it to a patient. So I just marvel at how she's able to be so efficient at so many different levels. And I want to give her a big shout out. At times you don't give people flowers when they're alive, and I definitely, based on you bringing that to my attention, just need to say that isn't an anomaly. That is her. And hearing that story, people may think she's actually in the patient care division, and she isn't. She's actually in charge of all of the marketing and sales and international patient relations, and she's absolutely amazing. And that would have been a local patient, right? So at times people could say that's not my job. She's definitely not that. So big shout out to I call her Rebecca with a K, because we have two Rebeccas. So she is absolutely amazing. But
it certainly makes everyone's life so much easier when you have that type of customer care at all levels. So listen, one of the shows that we need to do, because I actually had a patient reach out to me and she said, Sandy, November is Diabetes Awareness Month. Fact check it for me. But she was actually telling me that, unfortunately she's blind now because of a diabetes diagnosis. And she actually wants to come on and talk about the things that we need to do to ensure that we are addressing early on, really, any potential diabetes diagnosis. There are things that we can do now to pretty much reverse, it's a lifestyle disease. So there are things that we can do to try to reverse it or to stop it in its tracks. And if you've already been diagnosed with it, there are definitely healthier ways of managing the disease. So I want to stick a pin. I know that November, man, the time just flies by. I feel like November is, it's halfway over already. Yeah. So I don't know what show you got planned. Can we
let's speak to the other marvelous person, Kifra, who is always in the background, definitely setting up all of the different CMRs and giving us all the information. So we'll definitely speak to her and definitely schedule that in. We're all for it. And obviously we have professionals that can speak to diabetes as well. So let's definitely do it. But I apologize because November is also Lung Cancer Awareness Month.
Yes.
We need to talk about Scan Earlier, Breathe Earlier, which is a promotion we have, and Stop the Snore campaign. And the reason we're touching on both of those is because we have Dr. Achita, who will be joining us shortly. She's our consultant pulmonologist, as well as she's in charge of our critical care and sleep medicine. She has over 2 decades of experience and close to 2 decades post when she did her specialization as well. And she specializes in pulmonary medicine. She also specializes in outpatient and inpatient management of complex pulmonary cases. She has expertise in the diagnostic and therapeutic pulmonary and pleural interventions. And she also is an expert when it comes to sleep-related breathing disorders. So we definitely are excited to have Dr. Achita, one of our firsts that would have been with Health City from many, many years ago, and part of that A team that we would have originally brought, and has done many, many things. And when Dr. Achita comes on, we'll know that she was here, obviously doing pulmonology, and she was the one who identified that we had sleep apnea issues, and she saw the different areas and brought forth the fact that we would need one of the highest levels of sleep lab within Health City. And she was one who championed it, and the management listened, and we were able to get a sleep lab many years ago. And we've improved over time with Thompson's furniture. So even within the in-house sleep lab, it's as if you're in your bed, or at worst, a hotel room. At best, hopefully you feel like you're right at home. But definitely looking forward to having Dr. Achita take us on this journey talking about lung cancer and this awareness month.
Wow. Thank you so much. Dr. Achita, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Sandra. I almost thought you forgot all about lung cancer awareness today.
We
talked about the games, and we talked about diabetes.
Yes.
I was wondering, hello, this is Lung Cancer Awareness Month too. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we've definitely got you here. So we have troublemaker extraordinaire with us early this morning. Johan says, FYI, Dr. Shamari is not a real doctor. Well, Johan, you're the only person that really calls him that. So I think we know that.
He's almost getting there. Don't worry. He's almost there.
By association. Dr. Achita.
And my first operation would be on Johan.
Dr. Achita, it is so nice to have you here as always. Welcome to the program. Thank you so much. How have you been?
I have been all right, and a little busier this time of the year, obviously.
Yes.
But this is an important campaign. We've been doing a lung cancer awareness, program for the last at least few years. And I did not want that, we have any discontinuation to this, because I feel this is a very important aspect of early detection, so that we can encourage people to come out, especially people at high risk, to, get screened for lung cancer. And if they are diagnosed early enough, lung cancer can be cured. But if it is at a later stage, we all know, it's not a very good cancer to have. It can be the mortality rates with lung cancer are pretty high. So hence this, this program that we run, it's Lung Cancer Awareness Month. We want people who are at high risk, based on international guidelines available, to get screened for lung cancer if they feel that they're in this risk category. Health City, I'm sure Shomari will talk about, will offer a campaign almost for near nothing compared to the cost of scans and CT scans for lung cancer screening. So this is, we're here to talk about.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So, Health City, again, we were talking about the campaigns that you guys put on, Shamari, and this is obviously a very, very important one. Scan Earlier, Breathe Easier campaign. What really, in your mind, would you say is the purpose of these campaigns? Because I know they reach a lot of people. But from your perspective, from the business management perspective, why are these campaigns so critical?
Right. And at the end of the day, when we look at the campaigns, um, it's nothing to do with business, right? So we always have, and that's why Health City is so great, being a physician-led organization, where it's typically the doctors who are saying we need more awareness because we need to catch these items earlier, and we're not seeing as many people come in for screening. How do we, you marketing people, how do we get this message out there? So obviously come up with catchy campaigns, Scan Earlier, Breathe Easier. And to Dr. Archita's point, the actual cost is nothing, that is nowhere near the promotion. So I guess I'll talk about it now. So it's actually $50 US that you will spend to be able to get this low-dose CT scan. You need to book before November 30th. So you have half a month to book, and you take your appointment before the 31st of December. And there are certain criteria. You have to be 50 years or older. You have to have a history of smoking, and or you're a current smoker that quit within the last 15 years, or if you have a history of lung cancer. And once the criteria has been met, now the criteria has to be met. At times, we've had people who haven't met the criteria who are trying to get it, and we can't because you don't meet the guidelines. But once the criteria is met, then there's a low-dose CT scan that will be done in our East End location. And if it's normal, you get notification from a nurse. However, if a follow-up is needed, then we'll call you to book that with Dr. Archita herself. So, long answer, but short answer is this is typically from a Health City perspective, looking across the board at the different areas where we can do screening and how we, in a fun way, get the messaging out to get as many people as possible to come in to screen so we can catch things early. And even with our Mind the Gap campaign, as mentioned, we would have, in the last 2 times we would have done it, we would have caught persons at the very initial stages of cancer, which then we're able to treat it more effectively than obviously if you're at a later stage of cancer. So just as Dr. Archita would have been the one who said, listen, I'm seeing these issues here and we'll get to that from a sleep apnea perspective. Dr. Archita also would have been key saying, how do we get lung cancer awareness out there? How do we get people to come in to get their scans so we can catch this earlier? Because obviously at times, Dr. Archita, being a pulmonologist, will see lung cancer at the later stages. And she, as any good doctor, wants to do what's right. And one, prevent as much as possible. However, in areas where you can't prevent, catch it as early as possible. And screening is the way to definitely do that.
That's right. If I may expand on what Shamari was just mentioning, the criteria are decided based on, at large, a public health risk where people who are at high risk would, once screened, we can reduce the risk of diagnosing cancers at a later stage. And especially important it's important for all cancers, don't get me wrong, but because lung cancer can be a very silent killer, and it's also a cancer which is the largest killer, among cancers, with the highest mortality rate as compared to all of the other cancers, like prostate cancer may be the most common cancer in men, but lung cancer kills more people. Right. Breast cancer may be more common in women, but lung cancer is the largest cause for cancer mortality, both in men and women. And so it's important, it's very important. So it's likely to kill 3 times more men as prostate cancer and 3 times more women as breast cancer. We're not talking about a small difference. And that's because it's usually diagnosed or patients develop symptoms pretty late in the course of the illness. And it's not like they will start showing you florid symptoms or come to you with, oh, I'm losing weight and I'm coughing up blood all the time. And a lot of time this allows the tumor to grow slowly within the lung, and by the time we diagnose it, it is already at an advanced stage. It has grown locally or it has spread systemically to the rest of the body, and then it is a bit late. Having said that, even with those individuals, I would encourage them not to lose hope, because every day there are newer medications being added to the armamentarium. The lung cancer therapy and generally cancer therapy has come a long way. I'm quite sure you might have heard Dr. Vineeta Binoy talk about it at some point. But all of these have come a long way. Both diagnostic, tools that we have and treatment tools that we have come a long way. However, it's still always a good idea to diagnose early. Early detection at stage 1 or maybe even early stage 2, you can have curative results from treatment or therapeutic interventions done at these stages, and people can live a cancer-free life. And hence the importance of screening. If you don't need to break, I'll probably quickly modify what Shamari told you about.
We do have a caller. Can we just grab that caller just in case?
Sure.
I might have a question that you can answer as well. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, hi. Morning, Sandy. And
morning
to your guest. I just heard, I believe Shamari had mentioned the focus on the screening is towards those who previously had or currently have a smoking habit. But may I suggest that should be expanded to persons, for example, many years ago, I managed a fuel, the airport's fuel depot, and my team, and even in the office, we were exposed to chemicals all day, every day. And, they have to go into the tanks and investigate the tanks. And even though we had been fitted with their safety gear, you still had that strong chemical, fuel, gas, always around you. The other areas would be persons like nail technicians, beauty salons, those chemicals that are constantly hanging in the area. And then a third that I can think of is men who work with car body repairs. Those guys who has to spray and sand these things in the content. Some of them wear safety gear, but whether it's competent gear or otherwise, and then many of them don't. And so I just wonder if I could, put it out there if the team would consider that to be a risk factor of people that should be screened, even though they may not have been smokers.
Yeah. It's a good point. Thank you so much, caller.
Thank you.
And I mean, Dr. Archita, we're even hearing now that domestic workers, there's new research that people who, not just domestic workers, but people who clean houses on a regular basis, I'm assuming because the chemicals that are in play, they have the same risk as people who are smoking. So that's crazy when I heard that recently. So are there other categories of individuals other than smokers, to the caller's point, that should be screened as well? Like maybe the screening needs to be broadened?
That's a good point, yes. However, we need to understand this. Most times when we have public health guidelines, they're based on research data performed on large populations. So presently what we are following is a US Preventive Task Force guideline. So we are looking at a public health point of view. We are looking at a populace in general, and we know that 80% of lung cancers have been associated with smoking. It doesn't mean that people who are non-smokers or who are exposed to chemicals or fumes of any other sort, or even environmental pollution or indoor smoke, are not prone to lung cancers or people who have a genetic history. However, we cannot blindly apply guidelines for public health screening to individuals who are at a lower risk, because intuitively what we are doing here, even though it is a dose-reduced CT scan, we are still doing a CT scan, which involves some radiation exposure to screen individuals. And so we always have to weigh our risks versus benefits. And studies have indicated that only individuals who are at high risk, people who've been smokers, and I'm repeating it because I found, well, that's why I was going uninterrupted earlier, because when Shumari was mentioning it, I just wanted to clarify. It is people who have smoked a significant amount, equivalent to about smoking a pack a day for almost 20 years, not a random smoker who smoked maybe socially for over a weekend, maybe for a couple of years as a teenager. Those are not individuals at risk or at high risk. I'm not saying that lung cancer cannot happen in these individuals, but we cannot blindly put them through an annual screening program because
Right.
we'll potentially cause them more harm. So I agree that yes, all other things, including jet fuel fumes, including household chemicals, including exposure to asbestos or some other chemicals, could also increase the risk of lung cancer. And these individuals need, an individualized care program, not a public health campaign or a large campaign where we just put them through lung cancer without, assessing their risks as an individual. So hence the role for only high risk screening. When we say screening, it's for a population or populace in general, isn't it? But when we are talking about individualizing one person's risk, it would be best that if that person would discuss with their general practitioner or with a pulmonologist, and then we can decide whether or not they would benefit. Was there another modality that we can offer, which is puts them at less radiation risk, and then we can screen them if necessary. Right. So the answer to your question. So it has to be people who have been active smokers or who smoked for around 20 pack years in the last 15 years, or who are currently smoking, and who fall between 50 and 80 years of age. And a lot of people ask me, why 50 and 80? I'm 40, but I've smoked a lot. But again, this is a guideline. It's an international guideline, I just told you. And we can't apply screening to almost everybody. So if you are at a higher risk and you feel that, oh, I have a strong family history, I've been a smoker for more than 20 years, but I'm only 40, what do I do? See a doctor and we'll talk about it. And we'll try and see if you are good for a one-off scan, or do you go for a screening, blindly without having any medical consultation.
Yeah.
Right?
And of course, the best thing to do is just to stop smoking. I mean,
that is so true. So risk reduction is always the best thing to do.
Yes. Yeah, if you're 40 and you've been smoking for 20 years, you're still considered relatively young. And the research shows if you quit then, you can reduce and almost reverse some of the damage to your lungs. So yeah, that's the best thing to do, is just to quit smoking. So and again, to the caller's point, it does acknowledge here on our slide that with more cases now occurring in non-smokers and younger adults, early screening offers the best chance for effective treatment and better outcomes. And if you're a non-smoker, but you work in a job that might be exposing you to toxins or fumes, environmental risk, what are some of the signs, Dr. Archita, that you should look out for that your lung function might be compromised? It might not be lung cancer, but it could be something else. But what are some of the signs that you'd want to look for?
That is very true. It may not necessarily be lung cancer, which gives all your symptoms. So I don't want general paranoia among everybody who's been exposed to some kind of chemicals to start worrying that they have a cancer. But definitely signs of a lung disease would be a cough, which is difficult to settle, or a chronic cough. Chronic cough being defined as somebody who's had a cough, for most of the days over a period of at least 3 months. And even otherwise, a cough that won't go away, which is untriggered, without any preceding flu or flu-like illness, and you're coughing and you don't know why, and you continue to cough despite taking over-the-counter medications. If you have blood in your phlegm, it needs to be looked at. So if you're coughing up blood, if you're losing weight, losing appetite, you have a new onset of a wheeze, where you're suddenly wheezing or you're getting progressively short of breath. If there's a change in voice, you find that the voice is getting hoarser, the pitch is lost. If you have, a strong family history, particularly of cancer, and you develop any of these symptoms, perhaps it's a good idea to get to a doctor, talk about it, and then devise a plan. Maybe it involves a scan as well, but we need to know what else is going on and screen, right?
All right, very good. Someone just messaged to say that there seems to be something going on with Facebook as well. I really think it's all, I think the Facebook feed may have dropped out. It's all connected, I suspect, to this Cloudflare issue. So I don't know. When tech companies as big as Cloudflare have an issue, it has a real knock-on effect. So sure enough, I've gotten an error message here that our Facebook stream has stopped. I will try to restart it, but again, I know that Cloudflare is causing issues on our own websites, so I wouldn't doubt that it's also most likely impacting Facebook and Meta and some other sites now as well. So we'll try refreshing it. Give me a second here, yeah, what a mess. Okay, we shall re-add it and see what sort of luck we have. Thank you guys so much, our astute listeners there, who were paying attention and said, what's going on with Facebook? So try us on Instagram, not Instagram, I apologize, YouTube as well. So if you go to the YouTube channel, you will no doubt see us there. So I've tried to restart Facebook, but sometimes YouTube is actually your best option. All right, it says we're live again on Facebook. I will resend that link to everyone in the WhatsApp group. All right, Dr. Archita, thank you so much. And it's important when you talk about CT scans, because we've been seeing this pop up quite a bit, that a CT scan does not come without risk. And so that's important for people to know. And that's why, again, you have to have the screening based on, as you say, internationally accepted screening and risk assessment guidelines.
Yes, that is true. So although, CT scans are very informative, and most specialists like myself would rely on a scan more than anything else, we still have to use any tool or any diagnostic modality judiciously. Remember, our motto is first do no harm. We do not want to cause any unnecessary radiation exposure or unnecessary scanning. However, when indicated, it is a great tool. It is helpful in identifying not just lung cancers early, but also other lung conditions early. And so if you are a candidate to be screened or diagnosed, yes. However, if there is another modality we can use, or we can screen you with an X-ray, or at least initially do a risk assessment before we subject you to a scan, that would be better. So if you don't fit into the criteria, it's not like we do not want to offer you a special rate or anything else. It's only for your own safety. So I do not want people to feel as though, it's such a limited thing, and I know I'm at risk and I'm not being, enrolled in a lung cancer screening program. It is only to do the right thing. And that's why guidelines have been set. And it's not my data, it's not somebody else's. It's based on what is internationally acceptable and available right now, based on large studies. Yes, over time, I'm sure we are seeing more and more non-smokers developing cancer as well, also lung cancer. And so, of course, there is a role for guidelines to be expanded. In fact, this is an expanded guideline. Earlier, we used to screen people at a lesser, a smaller age range. So we started screening only after 55. And there were some guidelines which suggested screening only up to 75, thinking that people who are older are not amenable to surgery, even if they're not good candidates for surgery, even if they have an early lung cancer. However, these guidelines have expanded. And this is the latest guideline that we are following right now, to be able to enroll more people into a screening program. However, these things happen slowly. Once we see that the benefit is outweighing the risk, we can, maybe in the future, there will be guidelines which allow screening for other individuals as well. But as of now, this is the data we have. We know smoking is responsible for almost 80% of lung cancers, and hence the focus is on screening smokers and heavy smokers. With time, this might change, and I am hoping that we are able to eradicate smoking and vaping altogether to reduce all kinds of cancers and risk factors for so many lung diseases and heart conditions.
Yes. I'm glad that you mentioned vaping just now, because there's still a lot of people out there who believe that vaping is a safe alternative to them as opposed to smoking. So what do you say to those people who are vaping?
I only say that vaping is a lesser known devil, and it's been around for a decade or two, whereas cigarette smoking or tobacco smoking has been around for centuries altogether. And hence we know about the side effects of tobacco smoking. in a traditional form, it be a cigarette or a hookah or any other form of inhaled tobacco. We know that it causes harm. However, in case of vaping, we are inhaling chemicals, and we just don't know how carcinogenic these chemicals may be. We do know that some of the chemicals are common between cigarette smoke and vape, and definitely, vaping is starting now at a much younger age. So we see teenagers and school children vaping, just because it's very enticing. These are flavored vapes. People don't even know what they're vaping. They don't know the nicotine content most of the time, and so probably we are going to see a long-term, risk coming up with people who are vaping, especially as early as in their teenagers and in schools. So I can just say that it's a lesser known devil. I don't see how it can be potentially too much safer as compared to cigarettes, but definitely maybe not as harmful, but not without risk. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all we can say at this point.
Yeah, and there's some real indication that in some ways, just based on the usage, it's probably more harmful because people are using it more.
That is right.
Simply
More earlier,
because,
more
yeah,
frequent. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, because they think, oh, I can sit here and puff, and nobody's going to smell it. They're trying
Indoors,
to puff
exactly.
in private, restaurants and whatever places where ordinarily they wouldn't be able to smoke. So they're getting almost constant exposure to the vaping. So
Yes.
yeah.
So I wouldn't want to quote this, but in general, I had been to a school for just an awareness talk about vaping and smoking. And I was actually shocked to hear. I mean, we just did a quick poll and show of hands saying, what is the earliest age of, we ask the children generally, of somebody who has been vaping or smoking. And you'd be surprised to hear this, but there were children as young as 8 years old
Oh
who
my
were
God.
vaping. So you can imagine what can happen to them because they can do it discreetly. It's flavored, it tastes good. You can do it in a classroom, you can do it in a restroom, you can do it outdoors. Your parents may not even come to know about it. I'm sure there are ways of getting these things
Mhm.
in schools or outside. So it's
Wow.
really very scary to see what is going to happen in the generations to come, because there was a
Mhm.
good generation in between where we've had tobacco smoking coming down, traditional tobacco smoking, but now we have this new epidemic of everybody vaping, and that worries pulmonologists like myself. And on all of our academic forums we discuss about how this could potentially develop into a problem. We already know of people who've developed acute lung injury and severe lung damage from vaping related injuries, but and it is a very unregulated industry as well, so we don't know what people are vaping and what chemicals are being put into it, right? So it is a point, and I just wanted to make this point while we are at it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's important, I think, that parents talk to their children about the harms of vaping, because, as you say, such young children to the age of 8, that's insane. They wouldn't understand what you're talking about in terms of the risk factors, and certainly, it is much easier to hide a vaping habit than it is to hide a smoking habit. And I've seen various videos where teenagers all of a sudden collapse and they've got popcorn lungs and all sorts of things. And their parents are like, oh my God, I had no idea that my child was vaping. And they were vaping for, 6 months, a year, incessantly, like all the time. And so parents, you got to talk to your children before they start vaping, before it becomes an addiction. Start talking to them early. So can we talk about the two main types of lung cancer?
Yes, so broadly, lung cancers are defined as, or classified as non-small cell lung cancers or small cell lung cancers. This is based purely on the type of cells that we see within the cancer. So these are biopsy diagnoses. Once we know there is a nodule which looks suspicious, or there is a tumor, a pulmonologist like myself, or sometimes interventional radiologists, will go ahead and biopsy these tumors, either by putting in a camera into the breathing passages and taking a sample from within, or with a needle biopsy, and find out what this tumor looks like. A pathologist then looks at it under a slide and then gives us a diagnosis whether this is non-small cell or small cell. Frankly, a cancer is a cancer, but
Mhm.
cell lung cancers are very notorious at growing very quickly and spreading very quickly. And hence, they require really early detection and treatment. in order to be able to control it. And it's rare that we diagnose small cell cancer at an early stage, unfortunately. And that's what we want to change, actually. And smokers are at a higher risk of developing this kind of cancer. However, the more common type is, of course, non small cell lung cancer, which again has its own subtypes. We have adenocarcinomas, which are by far more common, squamous cell carcinomas, and then, of course, there are others. There are neuroendocrine tumors, there are other kinds of cancers, but these are the more common versions. And the good news is a lot of them now, especially adenocarcinomas, which again are common among non smokers, are we have more and more treatment modalities coming up for these, including immunotherapy, of course, the traditional chemotherapy, radiation, combined modalities for all of with all of these things. So the outcomes of treatment have definitely improved. Survivorship has definitely improved with lung cancers recently in the recent years.
Well, this is good news. Improvements in treatment options. So again, 80% of lung cancers attributed to smoking. So that is your best bet, folks, if you are a smoker. I know that Health City and others have smoke cessation programs. So, please look into those options for sure. And then other things like secondhand smoke. That's also, a lot of smokers will tell you, they don't care. They're going to live fast and furious lives, but maybe they care about the people around them, especially spouses and children and other people who are also going to be exposed to secondhand smoke.
That is true. And environmental tobacco smoke can put people at risk, of course, of lung cancers, but also other respiratory conditions, including COPD, including recurrent infections. We've seen children who've been exposed at a very young age to secondhand smoke in their families or households will go on to developing respiratory illnesses in the future once they are adults. And so, of course, think about yourself and think about your families and people around you as well when you're a smoker. I don't think there can be something called responsible smoking, but at least do not expose other people to the smoke, and if possible, try and give up yourself. It's not easy to give up smoking. I'm not discounting this fact. It is a very difficult addiction to get rid of. But the good news, it is mostly, in medical terms, it is considered psychological addiction. It is rather than more a physical addiction. Of course, there is a physical component, but that is not as bad, But whereas, just getting rid of the habit is a very difficult task. And people who have quit smoking or have been encouraged with our discussions, and I am really so proud of them. I feel like a proud mother when a patient gives up smoking and say, okay, this is the way to go. Because risk reduction at any point is always better. We keep saying prevention is better than cure. I say this to all my patients, but when it comes to actually doing it, none of us are really doing it. So it's extremely important that people who are smoking understand that they should quit. If they need help, reach out for help. Nobody is going to turn you out. And they may not be completely always well equipped to help you with everything. But obviously that discussion happening with your doctor, some kind of nicotine replacement being provided to you, or just encouragement when you feel that you are answering to someone, or you feel like you are being held accountable, there's more chance. And if you have the support and, of course, love and support of your family members as well, it's much easier to quit. Medications also make it, certain prescription medications we can provide can also make it easier for you to quit. So that is, again, something that is encouraged when we're talking about lung cancer awareness. But definitely, if you are at a high risk, screening is your best option. Usually it's an annual screening program, and hence the specials, just to encourage people who don't have insurance or who can't afford to go out to see a doctor otherwise, at least enroll with the program and get screened so that you're not diagnosing your problem really late in life. And again, for people who do not have good insurances and sometimes find it very difficult to reach out to healthcare, this can be a beneficial thing. But again, only if you are the right candidate. Please do not get screened without medical supervision or consultation if you're not the high risk candidate, because we don't want to be doing you any harm. But you can always come in for a consult and talk about your risks, and then we can always individualize, a patient's care.
All right, fantastic. So can we talk a little bit then about obviously this lung screening special that's on for the month of December, as Shamari mentioned earlier, is amazing for $50. I mean, Shamari, we spend that on lunch some days, you know what I'm saying? So that's for a health screening that is going to save your life. Wow.
And 50 US, right?
Oh my gosh, even better.
So yes. Yeah, so you book before November 30th, and you can actually take your appointments up until the end of the year, before the 31st of December. And Dr. Achita already went through all of the screening guidelines, but over the age of 50, history of heavy smoker, which is what Dr. Achita, at least 1 pack a day.
Well, it doesn't have to be 1 pack a day. It has to be an equivalent of 1 pack a day for 20 years. So you could have smoked 2 packs a day for 10 years or 4 packs a day for 5.
Gotcha.
It still makes you a candidate. However, heavy smoking is the criteria included. We do make some exceptions if there is a high risk otherwise. However, for a screening purpose, and when you're calling through the call center, this would be the criteria that you should be meeting. If you feel that, no, I've been a heavy smoker but for a shorter duration, or I'm not quite sure about my smoking risk, then you can always talk about it, and then we can make a plan. Right?
Perfect. So definitely, go ahead and book it 64040 or info@healthcity.ky, and we will get you in on the promotion so that either you or if you know someone within your family that's a heavy smoker and you want to talk to them and get them to definitely come, go ahead and give them an early Christmas gift and pay for them. And then we can help to set up, once they meet the criteria, of course, help to set up that appointment as well.
Fantastic. Now, we do want to talk a little bit about the sleep lab, because this is something that Health City Sleep Lab has been around now since 2019 and treated over 2,000 plus patients. So Dr. Achita, I heard Shamari said earlier that this was your brainchild to have the sleep lab there.
Well, brainchild or not, but this was definitely a gap we had here in the Cayman Islands. And I felt compelled that we should start the state-of-the-art diagnostic facility where we can reach out to people who have, of course, sleep apnea in general, but also other problems, or people who require in-lab testing or a full polysomnogram, as we call it. And we did not have that facility here, unfortunately. So, it's been over 10 years now, and we've been running this lab pretty successfully. We've had some really good success stories. We've had some people who've been diagnosed, remained reluctant, and of course, it's always work in progress with reaching out to everybody. But because as you may know, not many people want to be diagnosed with sleep apnea and to be treated with a CPAP machine. But it's been a long journey. We've had some great success stories. I'm blessed with a very good team. I have two very good technologists who've stayed on the entire duration since our lab has been here. It's a great support system to be able to run it. And there have been a lot of doctors locally who've been very good in identifying people and sending them through when they need the right treatments. So we've had a lot of patients come in, and some very good results as well. And recently, because we always want to reach out to more people, I think between the technology team and then myself, we've been discussing, and of course, support for the marketing team. We've been trying to roll out a campaign saying, stop the snore. So if you know somebody who snores, and that these are individuals who have a lot of daytime symptoms, who are tired, sleeping during meetings, doze off while we are having a public gathering, or are just not as focused as they used to be, getting disrupted sleep, try and bring them to a medical consult, try and seek attention for this problem. And it's just to say that snoring is a warning sign that there could be more going on in your sleep. And don't consider it as a normal phenomenon and, oh, I'm so tired, that's why I snore. I'm not saying that all snoring is indicative of disease, but a lot of snorers can also have sleep apnea or sleep disordered breathing. And it would be a good idea to screen individuals to treat early again, rather than increasing their cardiovascular risk and increasing the risk of developing all those lifestyle diseases we were talking about, including diabetes, since you talked about diabetes awareness earlier, including high blood pressure or heart disease, heart failure, irregular heart rhythms, strokes. So, underlying sleep apnea can be a risk factor contributing to all of these things. And again, prevention is better than cure. So, if we can diagnose, treat, we can truly prevent other things from happening, if that's your only risk factor, of course. But we can truly prevent or at least help control these conditions better.
Fantastic. All right. Is there any amount of snoring that's acceptable? So, I mean, I think most of us think, he snores a little bit. My wife snores a little bit. That's okay.
Well, acceptable is based on symptomatology. So it's not just snoring is noisy breathing, which indicates that there is decreased flow through the upper breathing passage when you're sleeping. But if you notice somebody snoring and then has pauses in their breath, they stop breathing for a few seconds, or if they quickly wake up with a snort or catching their breath, and sometimes you yourself may realize that you're doing it, isn't it? That you snort and you wake up, or you have very interrupted sleep. As an individual, if somebody says, "Hey, I wake up several times at night, mostly to go to the restroom, maybe, or I don't know why I wake up," I don't get good quality of sleep. And if you wake up tired in the morning, if you're feeling sleepy through the day, so it's basically a conglomeration of a lot of symptoms. But in general, if you're a snorer and people tell you, "Oh, you're a loud snorer, I can hear you outside the room," and you're not breathing that good, you make funny noises, I'm not sure what's going on with you, please bring it to attention. No point in. And if your partner's complaining about it, just, and I always quip about it because partners will always complain, but it's important. It's probably for your own good that they're bringing it to your notice. So don't take it in a negative way, and try and deal with the problem if there is a problem.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how bad mine is. I do know I snore, but I'm not
There's
sure.
There's one way to find out.
Oh my goodness, yes. But I know what you mean when you say that some people, what do we call it, Shamari? That they're sawing logs or something. I think that's the saying. When they're snoring so loudly. I've had that experience before, where you're in another room and you can still hear it.
I've not heard that one before, so I'll have to Google.
Well, I have heard of people sounding like a chainsaw, people sounding like a freight train. So I've heard all of these complaints coming from partners of people who snore.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Good morning to Marshall. Barbara wants to know, is this screening available only at Health City on Island? So, I mean, we're only here to talk about Health City. So does anybody else, to the best of your knowledge, offer this screening for lung cancer? I mean, I wouldn't imagine you probably.
Well, of course, I'm sure other people do, and you can talk to them about it. But we're offering it at this thing to encourage people to get screened.
Price point,
so it's almost, and I don't want to quote this, but this is several times less than a regular scan would cost you. So it's just being done for people who cannot afford treatment, or who cannot afford to be screened otherwise, or who are reluctant just because they feel, my insurance premium will go up. I need to get one more test done. So this promotion is only for high-risk individuals who feel otherwise they're not able to access healthcare, or in general who just need that little push to get screened. So it's a very discounted rate, and if somebody else is offering, there's nothing wrong. And if you want to get screened, but again, we can only talk about what we are able to offer to you.
All right, fantastic. And let's talk about some of the obstructive sleep apnea and what it's a condition where breathing is repeatedly stopped during sleep, and what is it linked to? So quite important here to know exactly what are some of the other issues that you might be dealing with.
Yes, so as we've already discussed, it is a very big high risk factor for other cardiometabolic or cardiovascular diseases. And of course, the first symptom that an individual would notice is tiredness in the mornings or through the day. Some people will have a lot of daytime sleepiness. They tend to doze off during meetings or sitting in church, or sometimes in public places when they're waiting on something. That's my typical question. Do you doze off while you're waiting for an appointment, or at an airport when you're sitting idle and doing nothing, or at church, or in a movie theater for that matter? Some people will, who are quite active and wired, and, who are very, type A individuals, they may not feel so much sleepiness, but they complain of problems with memory or mood, with focus. I've heard people saying, I have this bit of brain fog. I used to be so sharp, I could deal with things, and now I can't. So these could be subtler signs of having sleep deprivation and sleep apnea. But again, of course, if you are somebody who has high blood pressure, which is getting difficult to control, you're needing a lot of more medications, incremental medications, you're developing diabetes or have developed diabetes or irregular heart rhythms, very common association. Atrial fibrillation is a common arrhythmia associated with sleep apnea. If you've been diagnosed, had a stroke or a mini stroke after an irregular heart rhythm, you don't know where that came from. It's definitely worth looking into sleep apnea. Some people with chronic kidney disease, almost 70% co-occurrence in there. People with previous strokes, again, high risk, should be screened for sleep apnea. So, and resistant hypertension, if you're needing more than 3 medications to control your blood pressure, definitely need to screen for sleep apnea.
All right, we've got a nice little video here. So let's go ahead and show that to our listeners.
Has been snoring ever since we've been together, which is 17 years.
Well, I think I've disturbed her a lot for a couple of years, 17 years, I guess. The snoring, actually, it's a two-way thing. It's not just disturbing others, but even for me, it's a health issue. You get quantity sleep. You might sleep for 8-10 hours, but you don't get quality sleep.
It interrupted my sleep. Like every morning, I'll be like very stressful. I can't focus on my work, day-to-day life, not taking care of my kids. So this is the issue every day I face.
After a couple of sittings, consultation, I did my sleep study at Health City. And the best part is that we knew that I had sleep apnea. For my sleep apnea, I was prescribed a CPAP machine, which is it's a small machine that gives you continuous positive air pressure, which keeps your airways open all the time throughout the night and doesn't allow you to choke. And it helps you with the snoring also, which doesn't interrupt your sleep and you sleep much better.
This CPAP machine is a great blessing for myself and Tony because we both sleep very peacefully and start our day with more energy.
Initially, it took a few days for me to get used to it, but honestly, that machine has changed my life. My sleep pattern, I feel a lot more energized and have enough and more energy for the whole day. Best of it is my wife sleeps well, we sleep well, she sleeps like a queen. And happy wife, happy life.
Thank you so much, Dr. Achita, for treating Tony. Now we both are sleeping better.
Sleep is very important. And I thank Health City for giving me the right tools to get a better night's sleep. Thank you, Health City.
All right, folks. World-class sleep clinic. I love it. And they're all getting better sleep, as his wife rightfully said. There's good logic why in some households, Shamari, husbands and wives actually sleep in separate rooms, because they say the wife in particular gets a much better night's rest when they do that. Yeah. So there we have it. Well, it's been another wonderful segment here with Health City Cayman Islands on Medical Rundown Tuesdays. Thank you guys so much, as always, for coming on the program, sharing your wealth of knowledge and information, and making these special offers like, a $50 screening, CT screening for lung cancer to high-risk individuals, making these types of offerings affordable really for anyone.
Definitely. And so as Dr. Achita would have stated, our goal is to try and get those at risk, as many as possible, to get screened so that we can then help either alleviate, I'm hearing some background noise, alleviate whatever issue, or if there comes a point in time that somebody unfortunately has cancer, we're trying to catch it at the earliest stage. And even if it's at a later stage, as Dr. Achita said, medicine keeps getting better and better, and we can definitely help people to have the best quality of life thereafter. So, really look forward to these medical rundown Tuesdays. And Dr. Achita, sorry that you had to suffer through the Miami
I
Dolphins.
enjoyed it. Don't worry. And it's good to see you with your new, newer version. You look great, by the way.
Thank you, Dr. Akita.
And
Yes.
hence, I did not switch on my camera. I didn't want to look not so fat while you were around.
Shamari's giving us all sorts of competition. Let me tell you.
There you
One
go.
quick question from Barbara. She says, "Are nose strips recommended?" How effective are nose strips when you have underlying issues? Probably not really.
No, not really. But
Yeah.
yes, in some individuals where there's just one small little level of obstruction and it's more snoring, they can serve a cosmetic purpose where it allows the pitch of snoring or the frequency of snoring or the severity of snoring to come down. However, like I said, snoring is a warning sign that something is going on. We talked about warning signs for lung cancer. Snoring is a warning sign for sleep apnea. Again, I repeat that not everybody who snores has sleep apnea, but it does indicate that you're at a higher risk. And so, if you have other symptoms as well, then you should get screened for sleep apnea, not just put a snore, like a strip or that helps you. Or, some people will use mouth guard, which they buy over the counter. I'm not saying that that's wrong if you have only snoring, but get screened or at least try and understand if you have any other symptoms. However, they are not obviously standardized or they are not really therapeutic for treatment of all forms of snoring or all forms of sleep apnea. Maybe they can help with milder cases.
Fantastic. All right. Well, Shamari, you know what time it is. I'm not going to let you off easy.
Well, it's past the time. We're finished.
Wow, look you now. I almost forgot. But Dr. Achita, we've been doing, thanks to Shamari. Shamari has motivated me, certainly. And I know a lot of others with his 50-pound weight loss that we all need to live healthier lifestyles. So every hour that we're sitting here in the program, we try to get up and do some squats, at least 25 to 50 squats to ensure that we're not sitting for long periods of time. So let's go ahead and get up, and you're free to join us. I know your camera's off, but
I was about to say, do you really need all guests to participate?
Well, Shamari was such a good sport last week. I anticipate that he's going to join us yet again. So we'll ask him to stand up and show us that slim figure. Look at that. Look at that.
I know. It's enviable.
I know.
And the coat comes off.
Well done, Shamari.
Well, I'm happy to do the squats as long as my camera is off. So
Yes,
you can't hear, and my mic is muted, so you can't hear my knees creaking.
We will definitely take your word for it that you're actually doing them. And I hope that we have someone who can actually count for me, because we're on radio. I have the added challenge of having to keep talking. So yeah. So who's counting for me? Miss Vernita, are you available this morning to be my counter, just to make sure that I'm getting in at least 50? Yesterday I actually went over because I had some music to go with it. So I'll do about 25 regular squats. And then I think after that, yep, she said she's ready. She's in the UK, so she's ready for me. And then after that, I'm going to do a holding squat. All right, Shamari, you ready?
Yeah, we're good.
Let's do it. And anybody else who is tuned into the program, you are welcome to join us. Obviously, if you're sitting in your car, let me take my hands on. Yesterday, somebody said, Sandy, that's kind of cheating because you're holding your side, and they're kind of right. So let's go ahead and put the hands in front of you if we can. Irvelyn, yes, I love it. Hello, Melody. Good morning. So yeah, do as many as you can. Maybe you can't get to 25 or 50, but you can start with 10. Then just do the 10. And we're going to start some modifications later in the week to some different styles of squats that kind of work and pinpoint, different areas. So, yeah. But if you're sitting in your car and you can't actually, what do we call it? Do a squat because you're driving. What you can do potentially, depending on traffic, is you can do leg raises, because leg raises, again, will use that calf muscle, which they say is like the second heart in the body. And that's good too. So any kind of movement, and I'm already starting to feel it. What number are we at, Miss Vernita? Give me a number count. Ooh, honey child. How many have you counted?
I'm at 30.
Okay. Wow. Cayman, what Carrie saying from Cayman Brack? That I get in a butt lift from these squats. It's good for you, Carrie. We want to really work that big muscle there, your quads. So yeah, just keep doing it, girl. Keep going. We will all 35, she said. We will all be happier for it. Now I'm going to go down and just hold it for the remainder of the count. So count me out to holding it is really hard. I got to tell you. Woo, hold it, Shamari. Go down and hold it.
Go down and hold it.
Yeah, hold it. Go down. Stop. No. Go down and stop.
I'm giving you 50. That's what I promised.
I don't know about you guys, but I finished 50. 25 full squats, 25 half squats.
Shamari he's like, you are crazy, girl. I am not gonna. You see, this is the problem with me, is when I get started, I get so competitive. You know, that's what happened with my poor torn meniscus. But what can I say? See you on the pickleball court hopefully next month, Shamari.
Hey, I haven't played in a while, so I need to practice. If you're going to meet on pickleball, I have to go practice.
Well, my knee's still feeling a little bit crickety. Okay. So, you know, I'm probably not going to be a big run. So I think you'll be all right to kind of start to warm me up.
Still going to practice. Still got to practice.
Somehow I feel like Shamari is just as competitive, you know. Low key, he's going to give me a run for my money.
None of my sons beat me yet. So I got to, go practice and get ready for you, because I see you have your own court. So that means you must be pretty good. So, yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Another episode of Medical Rundown Tuesdays.
See, Dr. Achita, we have to stop like 5 minutes earlier so we don't have to.
I know, and do the squats. I know. I should have stopped much sooner.
Thank you, Dr.
But it was fun. Thank you. I got some exercise too. Take care.
Yes, let's all get moving, folks. We can do it. We can do it. All right, honey child. Well, I've got a video here this morning. I was a little bit torn between what video to play today, because y'all are, you know what? I'm not even going to complain, because the reason why I'm not going to complain is you guys are legit giving me content. Never a dull moment in Cayman. So there you have it. We've always got some content to work with. Thanks to everybody who wants to be a social media influencer, who wants to have, all of this commentary to make about everything under the sun. So for those of you who've been sending me the video with the Muslim community, thank you. I have received it. And I'm going to probably leave that discussion until tomorrow. So give me until tomorrow. And then let me see here. And then tomorrow I will have that discussion. I'm trying to actually invite them on the program, because I feel like they kind of go a bit under radar here in the community, and we need to have a discussion with them, because perhaps there are things that they just don't understand and they just don't get. And so we got to break it down. So I've invited members of the Muslim community to come on the program. All right. So we'll get to that, Carrie. But for today's interesting conversation of the day, I'm going to let you watch this video first, and then we're going to discuss it. So here's the video that you guys have been sending me that started to go viral. And so someone said to me, well, why did you post it on your page? Isn't this just giving this guy more attention? And I agree that there are times when I often think, do I bother sharing it? Do I bother discussing it? But at the end of the day, it's going viral anyway. You guys are sending it on WhatsApp. You're sharing it. And so, for me to have a full and frank discussion about it, I think that you actually need to see the video so you know exactly what I'm talking about. So let's have a look at this.
Class, I get 3 bags free. 3 bags free. 3 checked luggages free. So, all right, only get 3 bags free, right? So that no count, So the next bag now should be the first bag where them are going to pay for. Then people here say, no, this is going to be the 4th bag. And them have to pay a full price, which is $70. $70 for the next piece of luggage, So then basically I treat the next piece of luggage as the 4th piece. Like, this no make no sense. This no make no sense at all. So all right, out of the 9 piece of luggage, right? 3 of them gone and already free. So 6 piece of luggage now. 6 piece of luggage. The people in charge me $500 for. I have one box where weigh about 30 pounds. I have another bag where weigh about 40 something pounds. Them weight limit, are 55 pounds, You understand? 55 pounds. But guess what? Before me even put up the bag, me tell the lady, say, lady, you see them 2 bag there? Them are go overweight. Me know because I check every single bag. Me check every single bag. People, remember, you see all of these things when I can go to Jamaica, I forgot feed the people them down there. People down there without light, people down there without house. So me pack up 9 pieces of luggage. Me pack up 9 pieces of luggage. So yes, me make you know say, them 2 bag they overweight. Me rotted. You know say the woman charge you for the overweight and even tell we. After the woman run the card, we see something. Look on American Airlines. Them give them customers them 2 free checked bags and 70 pounds. 70 pounds. I don't know, tell me, say, Cayman Airways, where the most money where they make off at Jamaica. Them can't, not even 1 free bag then give you, Not even 1 free bag. And you tell me, say, there's something overweight by 5 pounds. And you tell me, say, you not charge for that? Now wicked. Cayman Airways, now wicked. Because I know, say, you not really take nothing off on fear, Me know you not going to take nothing off of that, You understand? But at least you can give you at least one bag or something. And then you know what talk about with the people of Jamaica. Eh? The reason why me go Jamaica because me not send my money go down there for nobody go spend it. Or nobody go pocket it. We have to work hard in a Cayman for our own. So you see, whatever me buy, me make sure me buy and me make sure me I deliver it in person on our wicked. And imagine the Westmoreland Parish Council used to run Cayman. The Westmoreland Parish Council used to run Cayman. And you tell me, say, not evil. A free bag you could give me. You charge me $500 to carry the luggage them to go feed people at Jamaica. On our wicked.
All right, so let's talk about this. I don't know who this guy is supposed to be, but first of all, sir, I'm not even gonna say with all due respect, with no respect whatsoever, we're gonna have to set you straight here this morning because you're an idiot. You haven't fact checked what you've said, right? You put in a lot of misinformation in there. Now you're forcing me to have to focus on the misinformation. Okay. But what are you talking about? Oh my God. All right. So we're gonna break it down. We're gonna break it down for you. First of all, please don't call us wicked. Please. It's persons like yourself, this level of entitlement, ungratefulness, the works that really make people even question whether or not they want to help Jamaica. Not for nothing, but can some of you, and I know that this is not I want to believe this is not the vast majority of people in Jamaica, but some of you are so ungrateful, right? That what you do is you make people not want to help you. And that's not a good thing. Cayman Airways, the Cayman Islands government, we were the first ones, and I do mean the first ones, to go into Jamaica right after the storm and pledge $1.5 million worth of donations. At the time, like I said, some of y'all was still ungrateful. Even with that, talking about, is that all Cayman can do for such a rich country, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let me try to help y'all work this out in your little brains. Because yesterday we saw that Barbados, is it Barbados? Where's Miss Motley, Madam Motley, Mia Motley? She's in Barbados, yeah? She went into Jamaica and she made a pledge with some supplies. Hold on 1 second. And I'm just going to pull this up, because I can tell you one thing, they didn't pledge no $1.5 million worth of nothing. I'm just saying. Okay. So I'm not, this isn't a tit for tat, believe me when I say that. And I'm not trying to bring down Bermuda or any other country. People will do what they can do. My point is this: for those of you who are of the opinion that Cayman needs to do more. Cayman is this, Cayman is that. Try and hush. Jamaica is, as far as I know, the Prime Minister of Jamaica is head of CARICOM at the moment. Yesterday, 17 hours ago, they had the CARICOM leaders head there. These are the regional organizations now. And of course, they were meeting with Andrew Holness. Mia Motley posted it on her social media. They were touring Jamaica and they were talking about, you know, the assistance that they would be offering. Let me just say, it's not even collectively, it's not even going to be 1.2 million. Thank you, not 1.5. Yes, it's not even going to be the 1.2 million that we pledged. Like I said, I'm not here to talk tit for tat, but what I'm going to tell you all, okay, is you need to stop trying to come for Cayman with zero valid reason to do so. Okay? Cayman stands with Jamaica all the time. We do more than most. Y'all need to learn how to be grateful. Now, I'm going to get to the specifics here of Cayman Airways in just a minute because y'all need to leave my national airline alone. If anybody is going to, oh my gosh, so many websites are being impacted by this Cloudflare error. I can't even download this video right now. But if anyone is going to be talking about Cayman Airways, it's going to be a Caymanian. Since our government is the government that makes sure that that little airline, right? Why you guys couldn't keep Caribbean airline in the air, why you couldn't keep Jamaica airline in the air and all these other regional airlines, Cayman Airways is still flying. You know why? Because our government and our people are committed to having a national airline that just keeps going, honey chill. Okay? So yes, it's highly subsidized. And we're happy with that to have an option so that when things happen, for example, a Category 5 storm hits Jamaica, we can be the first ones there, bringing you supplies and helping you out. Stop your ungratefulness. Okay? Now, he wants to believe that he is some sort of expert on Cayman-Jamaican relations and other such things. Let us first talk about the misinformation that he provides as it relates to Cayman Airways. Now, if you're going to get on social media and you are going to try to lambast our national airline, the very least you could get, oh my God, not even ChatGPT working anymore because of the Cloudflare. I want to show you guys something. This Cloudflare outage is impacting the entire world. Let me digress one quick second and show you guys something. Someone was just sending me, of course, our website being impacted as well. But look at the headlines this morning in relation to this. Cloudflare outage impacts major websites and services all over the world. X, X is down, ChatGPT, Zoom, all these services are now having an issue. In fact, I guess I should post about this so that you guys will know on our page. All right, give me 1 second. One quick second. All right. So look, every single thing is being blocked. Please unblock challenges.cloudflare.com to proceed. People use Cloudflare for security reasons, so I'm not surprised. All right, let me just quickly post this on our social pages. So hopefully that site isn't down. Let me see. Major outage. Okay, it came up. Good. Major Cloudflare outage today is impacting tons of websites across the information superhighway. All right. Expect ongoing outages. All right, honey chef. Okay. So, yes, I'll post that. So at least those of you, because I'm sure you're probably trying to access some of your additional sites and stuff and you're not able to do so. All right. So, okay. They still say that they're investigating it as well. So, all right. So, yeah. So let me just tell you something now. There is actually nothing worse than an ungrateful person. I've told you guys this before. I cannot stand ungrateful people. because ungrateful people miss the point. Where my guys saying, what a pint, what a pint. They miss the point that, you know, we don't have to do anything to help anybody. We could be selfish. I mean, certainly I would never advocate that, but there are lots of countries in the world who they only care about themselves. They're not business, even when a storm hits, they're not business with who else is impacting, because they're like, look, yeah, right around the corner, another storm is coming our way. We can't afford to help Jamaica. That would be the attitude that a lot of people would take, right? To our own financial detriment. $1.2 million is nothing to sneeze at. You know how many Caymanians that can feed? How many Caymanian university students can now go to university with $1.2 million? You know, we did not go hard on our government at all, as sometimes we have in the past when they've given out monetary donations. We didn't do it because we're like, okay, Jamaica's our cousins. We're going to help them out, right? We're not going to feel no way about it. Lots of Caymanians are descendants of Jamaicans, married to Jamaicans, connected to Jamaicans. We accept the long history, and I got to fix him about his history this morning too. Okay? Because somebody said to me last week, Cayman has Stockholm syndrome with Jamaica, and we need to cut it out. We're going to go there today. All right? So whatever the heck this influencer, wannabe influencer, whatever his name is, I can tell you that he's missing the mark when it comes to the Cayman Airways situation completely. The level of ungratefulness and misinformation is really, really stark. Let's talk about the misinformation. So I did some research, okay? So he talks about this Cayman Airways baggage fees and comparison. Let me just pull my research notes over on this side of the screen. So according to him, and I'm going to replace some of what he said to address it directly. According to him, now I want y'all to make a note here. He is talking about first class, right? So yes, in first class, and in fact, Cayman Airways just increased this benefit. In first class, you do get 3 bags up to 70 pounds at no additional cost. So basically what you're paying additionally for first class travel, you know, we're giving you additional benefits, right? Now he is going on and on about how American Airline would be giving him more and he would be getting more and this and that and blah, blah. I'm like, dude, what world are you truly living in? Have you really fact checked this? Because I stand to be corrected, but Cayman Airways has the lowest regional rates, even with the bag increases that we just had here as of November the 1st. We still come in the lowest. Fact check yourself. So someone said, American? Which American airline is he traveling on? Okay, let me just see here. As of November the 1st, 2025, Cayman Airways charges US $30 for the first and second check bags if paid online, or $35 if you pay at the airport or by phone. Okay, that was recently came out. Thank you so much, Cayman Airways, for that press release. On regular flights, they allow up to, on the regular ticket, they allow up to 55 pounds per check bag, which is more generous than many international airlines who cap it at 50. Because he's talking about business class, the business class folks get it at 70 pounds. Now, I don't know what American is providing for their business class customers other than probably a seat that's a little bit more comfortable. But again, I challenge him that the 9 bags and boxes and combination of everything that he claims that he was sending to Jamaica to feed people, I can assure you that he would not have gotten that any cheaper on American Airlines. With all the outages, let me just see if I can for business class. Let me just see. All right. I'm not sure. Okay, so American Airlines includes, they allow you to go up to 70 pounds. It says additional baggage fees will be incurred, and there are size limits for that. So let me just see what we have here. Can we get a cost for this? So they're going to match us at the 70 pounds. Okay, so here we go. American Airlines travel to or from Canada, the Caribbean, Mexico, Central America. First check bag is $35, and the second check bag fee is $45. Now, it's possible that this little guy here not really good at math, you know. I mean, I'm no mathematician, but I can tell you something. When you think about the fact that, what did I just tell you guys, that Cayman Airways was charging what? Cayman Airways is, let me just go back to my notes here. So Cayman Airways is at $30 US for the first one, and then 35 first and second one. Yes, thank you. And so then American is 35 for the first one and 45 for the second one. 30 versus 35. 35 is still more expensive in any currency that you try to calculate that in. Second bag is 45. And for us, you get in the first two at the one price. Dude, get your facts straight. If you're going to try to make Cayman Airways look bad, and by extension, when you come for Cayman Airways, you're coming for every single Caymanian, okay? Because this is our national airline. And to be quite frank, this is our pride and joy. When I see that wing tip at the airport, it makes me pause, right? When I see that line up amongst all of the international carriers, among American Airlines, blah, 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 I have to pause and be like, wow, look at what we have done. A little island with a population of 80,000 less and less than that, right? Has its own national airline. Where's Jamaica's national airline? Oops. Let me take this call before I get too salty this morning. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Hi, honey.
Easy yourself, baby girl. You know, they are like that. Ungrateful is their first name. Don't care is their second name. And want to be is their third name, and we could go on.
God.
Yes, honey child. Go on.
So, you know, I travel very often. And I was actually on a flight from American Airlines to Montego Bay from Miami. So we got the first two, as you say, 70 pounds. And they would even make it go over, you know, Cayman Airways, they'll do a little 5. You have to dig that out to 70. Exactly. And the third piece is $200 and up to $450 for one piece. Okay. So when they're saying, you know, they don't even know what they're talking about. So even in the midst, when we're charging, it used to be 25 in 2018 is when Cayman Airways start. You know how long before that American was charging? Long before Cayman Airways and all the other airlines.
We've been giving it away for free for a long time.
Free long after that. We didn't start till 2018. And if I'm not mistaken, it's probably like 15, 16 that the other airlines started to charge. Okay? So there's so much that we give that they have given. You know, I used to travel Air Jamaica and Cayman Airways. The people didn't want to go on there because they misbehaved so that the flight attendants did not want to be bothered with them. I'm telling you what I know. So that's what happened, is that the people started to travel on Cayman Airways because they had to have respect. And then that's where some of the lack falls there because of their own people. Right? The behavior that they demonstrated, they should never. Jamaica is such a beautiful place. It's big enough that they should have their own national airline. But because they misbehaved so badly, the people just didn't want to be bothered. And then most of the people that travel wanted to go to Cayman Airways to travel. They'll tell me, I'm not traveling on that airline. And these are my friends, Jamaicans, that I'm speaking of. So when you're talking about this little free thing that American Airlines give, the money has been given for years. And let me tell you, they're particular. Let me tell you, I was trying to go through with an extra bag with food, right? The lady make me dig out everything to fit that food. I said, Mom, it's food. She said she don't care. I was in the middle of the floor, hustling to get the food to fit in the bags because, you know, it's hurricane. You're trying to carry every little thing. So you pack everything. And I'm there with the food. She said she don't care. I said, Mom, it's a disaster. Just the food to eat. Everything is packed up in a bag. I have no more. She said, no, that's not her problem. Right in Miami, American Airlines, I had to stop, throw away what I had to throw in, fit what I could fit, and make sure it was exactly the size. Him and they was to let you get through with that food. They was not going to be particular to that point that you couldn't even carry food. So 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, right? And they're not particular with their weight. Many times I go when it's on 55, they make you do the 57 or 58.
Yep.
They don't. They don't
let me
say
tell
anything.
you something. American Airlines, when you traveling, you better have that straight.
Exact.
1 pound over, and
point.
they giving you exactly 1 pound over, and they're giving you a crooked eye. Thank you so much, caller. I appreciate it.
All right, sweetie. Have a good day.
Thanks. You too. So we're gonna continue, folks, to have a look at what his assertions are. Some of you, thank you so much for my research assistance this morning, because again, the internet is having some issues. But I'm going to show you guys a few things that people have shared in terms of American Airlines. They're like, which American Airlines is this man talking about, Sandy? Because according to what they have been able to research, and let's pull it up here, American Airlines, it says here, American Airlines, does not offer free baggage for everyone, but you can get free check bags based on your ticket type, cabin class, or AA Advantage status. So I would bet that this man is no AA Advantage member, where he's going to be getting anything for free. And certainly, he can certainly prove us wrong on that. But for most standard economy flights, American Airlines, your check baggage weight is 50 pounds, right? Business class and certain elite members can check bags up to 70 pounds. However, the airline will not accept any check bags over 100 pounds. And another astute listener to the program said, look at this, Sandy, right? Only if you're an AA Executive Platinum and Platinum Pro member with One World Emerald are you going to get, this is the highest level of American Airlines status, that you can get the 3 bags at 70 pounds. If you're an AA Advantage Platinum or One World Sapphire member, you get 2 bags in business class up to 70 pounds. And then it goes down from there. So I would like him to please tell us which of these status types is he supposedly, as an American airline customer, because I'm sure he's flying with them oh so often, that he's actually getting the benefit from. Sir, come again. Because we know that you not got no benefits with no American airline. Good morning, caller.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. How you doing?
Hashtag Cayman Airways numero uno.
Exactly.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Tenny. Lord have mercy. 9:30. Hurry up and come. All right. So he says three check luggage for free. So all right, I'm just reading his transcript here because I had to go through this. You only get 3 bags free, right? What does he mean by you only get? Well, once again, the audacity. What are you expecting to get? How many? Let me listen to this.
3 bags free. 3 bags free. 3 checked luggages free. So all right, only get 3 bags free, right? So that no count,
All right. Okay, so stick a pin. I wanted to re-listen because I figure my transcription software might not have gotten all the little nuances with the accent and stuff. So he said, that count, actually it does count, because he goes on to say how he was going to be overweight. So that means that what? Although he was getting the 3 free at 70 pounds, he was still over the 70 pounds? And he expected he not going to pay for that? I am a little bit confused at some of what he says in this video. Right? So, and then he said, then people have say, no, there's going to be the 4th bag and that you're going to pay full price, which is $70. $70 for the next piece of luggage, And what would be the point? What the hell is the point? Like, you literally just got 3 bags up to 70 pounds for free. What a and you want your 4th bag to be free too? You see, this is where you can't really reason with some people. They don't have the capacity to reason. This is a business, son. It's not necessarily the most profitable business in the world. God knows Cayman Airways doing their best and still can't be profitable. But they try. And you have the nerves to talk about you want the fourth bag free. Where would you stop? At bag number what? What do you think is reasonable? Huh? So he says basically they're treating the next piece of luggage as the fourth piece. Like this don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. What do you mean? What else would they be treating it as? The first piece? You see, it occurs to me that when people don't operate in the real world, right? They've never been a business owner. They don't know the cost of doing business. They don't know anything like that. There's certain things that just don't make no sense to them. He's confused by this because clearly the man has never ran a business in his life. In what world would you start counting the fourth bag as number one? Huh? How does that even make any sense? That's not logical. Even if you're saying the first three bags are your concession pieces for being a first class customer, right? A business customer. And then we'll give you the fourth one for at this cost, whatever. How can you not count the first three? I am just flabbergasted at the level of just ignorance, stupidity, because I don't know what else to call it. What would you guys call this? My God. Nosa? Wow. All right. Let me just see here. He goes on. He doesn't stop there. Of course not. He goes on to make certain assertions about, one second here, about our national airline, where he claims that, one second, my apologies, where he claims that Jamaica is the most profitable route. Once again, I have to ask him where he actually got that information from. Okay. Bobo, who told you that? Because try as I might, and I tried, I certainly wasn't able to exactly confirm that. The information that I got was that, in fact, Cayman Airways, it may be sometimes Kingston, spends quite a bit. I've had people at the counter tell me, no, that Cuban, when those Cubans were flying, they outdo Jamaica any day of the week with excess baggage, and they don't mind paying because they know their stuff is going to get there. It's going to get there safely, and it's still cheaper than any other option that they would be paying to get it there. So he jumps to this conclusion, which again, nothing to support it, about, Jamaica is the most profitable route. Okay. Einstein, I want you to follow me here, because at some point we got to talk logic, okay? You claim that Jamaica is the most profitable route for Cayman Airways, but you do know that overall Cayman Airways actually isn't that profitable, right? And a lot of it has to do with, you got to understand the airline business. This is deep. This is not a fly-by-night operation as to why Cayman Airways is not profitable. There's a lot of things that go into it. Some might be Cayman Airways' fault, and a lot of it is just how the industry works. So here we are, not profitable, and still charging the lowest rate in the region for baggage. And this man still has the audacity to complain and to then claim that, here we go now. And of course, he didn't mention how overweight his bags were. So that is an important detail that we should know. But now he's claiming that, here he says, that Jamaica is the most profitable route for Cayman. Right. So now he's trying to justify, this is to help the people of Jamaica. We've already helped you. 1.2 million plus ways we are going to help you. Right? And it's not just Jamaicans that are using Cayman Airways. There are Caymanians that are using it, that are sending goods on Cayman Airways. Well, I love how he threw in there about how he not going to send his money down there because nobody going to spend it or nobody going to pocket his money. Oh, that little nugget, in case y'all missed it, was so rich. You can't even trust your own people. That's why you don't want to send money to them. And that's how it's been recommended to help people. You can't even trust your own people by sending money. Right? You have to pack stuff and go on Cayman Airways to ensure that it reaches. And yet you have the audacity to talk about Cayman Airways? You need to sit down. You really need to take several seats. Somebody said, please give that comment a kaboom. So check your facts also about Cayman Airways Jamaica route being the most profitable. Now, I'm not going to deny that a lot of times when you guys travel, again, if you had a better, cheaper option, I'm sure you'd use it. You know how many times I've had Jamaicans contact me who were sending down stuff by boat? All 8, 9, 10 months later, the stuff not reached yet. I'm sure some of them are listening right now saying, yes, Sandy, that's true. Right? And all of the people they're dealing with, for the record, are Jamaicans. None of them, not no Caymanians, not Cayman Airways. And your stuff never gets there, and they want to know, what can we do? All I can tell them to do is stop using these fly-by-night Jamaican operators who take your money and then don't have the money to clear the goods. So when it gets to Kingston Port, it sits there, and your own Kingstonian government, your own Jamaican government, confiscates the stuff for non-payment. That way your sofa gone. That's where your barrel gone. And then half the time, if you get there, half the stuff missing. Well, Sandy, my barrel had this and that. Okay, go talk to Buju and Daryl Vaz about that, because the two of them still fighting over what the truth is. Daryl Vaz did an investigation last week. That had to be the biggest investigation to track down that barrel and provide photos. I say, my God, if he could focus that kind of energy in solving some murders and burglaries and stuff in Jamaica, y'all might actually be able to get a little bit further ahead. I'm just saying. Yes, I did say I'm going to get salty this morning, did I not? So, okay, I'm getting salty. Now, I'm going to come back to him about some of the Cayman Airways stuff, but I'm cognizant of the time, and I want some of our radio listeners, before their connection is dropped, I need to talk about this Stockholm syndrome and this concept of, when is enough with Jamaicans, okay? Now, if the shoe don't fit, this don't apply to you, and you've never made this comment about Cayman and Jamaica, just sit back and listen. This is not directed at you. But for those of you who conveniently want to sit down all the time, and you say certain things, well, Jamaica used to own Cayman. No, you didn't. Jamaicans built Cayman. Okay, you contributed to build Cayman like every other country that is here, but you got paid for it. You see, you never built Cayman for free. And that is something that y'all need to stop saying, because when 9:30 hit, I'm going to give you some choice words about what I really think about this. Number one, it's not accurate. And nobody's going to leave their country. And I tell y'all this every single time when you call me complaining, right? Hondurans calling me complaining. I said, why are you here? If life is that bad in the Cayman Islands, you see that same airline we talking about there, you saw? Huh? Get on it and leave. Don't go anywhere. And I would say this to anybody, Caymanians or anybody else. Do not go anywhere where your life is going to be worse. What sense does that make? That makes zero sense. So don't sit here and complain to me about it. What you need to do is get up and go back home and build your own country and make sure that your own country can flourish. Don't worry about building Cayman, okay? Because every single one of you who think that, oh, I'm building the Cayman Islands, we got 10 people from all over the friggin' world waiting to come in who would build it 10 times faster and better. So don't try us, okay? No. Like I said, out of respect for a long history, I give a lot of y'all a blight. But don't come for us with this foolishness this morning. 2 more minutes to 9:30. Good morning, caller.
Sandy, you're about to blow gas, stop it.
Look, now. We're going to talk about some things here.
All right, so I responded to that video already yesterday, but I can't send it to you because it got a little bit of explicit in it. So
well, it's almost 9:30, so you can send it now.
So here's the thing that one of the things that I poke a lot of holes into his BS. Number one, like you said, American Airlines do not. American Airlines don't take boxes, right?
Hello.
Congress just had them up because now their Frontier and Spirit has been brought into Congress. And American Airlines between 2018 to 2023, they have made $15.6 billion off of seat charges, baggage fees, and now what they're doing now, they're smalling the baggage fees, they're smalling the the baggage sizers, and a lot of people, you need to pay attention to these airlines. They're smalling the baggage sizers, and they're actually having people there. They're paying the employees $10 extra so they could charge you if it doesn't fit in the baggage sizers.
Wow.
Right? And they could charge you between $15 to $75, and that's on Frontier and Spirit. And I've already fact checked everything he said, and everything he said was a lie. So, number one, the business class for American is up to 2 bags, and then the third bag is $200.
Yeah.
And then it goes up. And
exactly.
Like the gentleman said,
he would have played quadruple or more for those 9 pieces.
Well, and number two, you see, this is what happens when you help people. I don't know what situation, because I wasn't there. But when you help people, but he said that he had 9 bags, right? Here's the red alert came up. The system's only designed for 8. So where did he get the 9 bags from?
I don't know if the box includes that. Still is 1 piece, right?
No, included in pieces is up to 8 pieces. They should not pass 8. So that's the problem. And the thing of it is that I'm not sure where he keep on saying about Cayman Airways, wicked, blah blah blah. If you tell the agent
9:31. Let me lock off the phone. What do you call it? Radio. Go on.
So if you tell an agent that your bag is 60 pounds, you're already admitting that it's overweight. So you expect not to be charged. You tell the person, oh, well, my bag is overweight, this is overweight. You already tell them that you need to be charged. You're not going to get it for free.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that he said that did not make
it don't make no sense, and it's not factual, right? So if you want to get online and be this big time, social media influencer and have the most to say, get your fucking facts straight. How hard can that be?
Why is it he didn't take the 9 bags to go from here to Miami to Jamaica?
Exactly. Tell him to go take American and then come back and talk to us.
American Airlines did a special. They're doing a special in the U.S. to Jamaica. Anyone traveling from the U.S. to Jamaica from November the 8th to November the 28th. They're waiving the 2 bags for American, I think it's United, Spirit, a couple other airlines, JetBlue or whatever. And they're waiving the 2 bags fee, 2 bags. But they also say overweight and oversized still apply. And that's where they make their money from. That's where they make their revenue from. And they're trying to increase the cost. Oh, by the way, let me just correct you on that, my love. American Airlines has just increased their price to $40 a bag. So Lord. I don't know what he's talking about. They just increased it to $40 a bag. Right? $40 online, $45 at the counter.
Oh Lord!
For the first bag.
Yes, I'm looking at this right now. Actually, you're right. You're right.
That's
according to their website. Yep, gone up to $45 as of November the 13th. Ka-ching! Yep. Take that.
So I just wanted to correct you on that. That was
thank you.
To $5, and if they do it online, is a little bit cheaper. They're trying to get people to do the stuff online, so it slows down the process at the counter.
Yeah.
So it speeds up the process at the counter, but it is now going up to $45, and United's about to match that.
See, right there,
And so it's
right on their
and so
website.
it's just there.
Yep.
So I'm not sure all airlines are about to match that.
Yeah.
Because they want to increase the cost because the fuel has gone up and this and that. And someone just sent a message on my post and said, oh, well, all the Jamaicans should stop. Jamaicans should unite and stop flying on Cayman Airways.
Oh, try and hush.
Let me.
Well, how did I get there by boat?
And I said to them, I said,
they got join Cubans paddling in the ocean or what?
I said to them, I said, try stop paying CUC for one whole month and see what happens.
Exactly.
So
listen, like I said, there's a lot of sensible Jamaicans out there, right? So they know that I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the idiots like this one who not got no fucking sense. That's who I'm talking to this morning.
I will tell you that each Cuban that goes down with nothing less than 8 bags. Mm-hmm. Nothing more than 8
and
bags.
I don't hear them complaining about nothing. They find their money, as poor as they are, poor things. They know that that is still the cheapest option for them, and they find their money. Thank you, caller. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no.
All right, Miss Iva says, and Americans won't take boxes, so I'm not sure which American taking boxes. Again, to that caller's point. Strong Will says, Sandy, don't go for every Jamaican, but just deal with him. No. Like I said, whoever the cat fit here this morning, put it upon your head, because I'm only talking to you. I'm not talking to no sensible Jamaicans this morning, because no sensible Jamaican is going to get on social media and post up the stupidity that this man posted up. So I can tell you from the word jump that he not got no sense. Right? So the fact that he is going on and want to call people wicked, let me tell you something. You know how that rubbed me when I first heard that? I said, a Jamaican calling other people as a nation wicked? Some of y'all really need to shut your fucking mouth. I'm just saying, wicked? No. Jamaicans don't have no right to call nobody else wicked. I'm just saying. We really don't want to go there, but don't call nobody else wicked, for the record. Everywhere y'all go, you're an embarrassment to your own country, to your own people. Scamming, causing problems, left, right, and center. Please cut it out. So there are people listening. Lizette says, my friend travels to Honduras on Friday with 3 suitcases. The first 2 paid $35 each, and the third was $70. And you know why? Because your friend wasn't overloaded. This man not only had 9 pieces, but every single piece he claimed he checked them all. He checked them all so he would know. Right? Every single one of his pieces was no doubt overweight as well. So he's not just paying the baggage fee. He is also paying the excess pounds, the excess weight fee. And so he better try and remember that. Plain and straight. It says business class on United, you get 2 bags for free. And I paid US $200 for my 3rd bag. Because they're still counting it as a 3rd bag. You see, this donkey over here, this first-rate jackass, wants to start counting bag number 3 as bag number 1. And I dare say, which airline do you see do that? Nobody. Not United, not American, not Timbuktu Airlines, none of them. So even if they're giving you the first 2 or the first 3 or whatever in business class, and I can bet you he not traveling to American and no business class, train hush. The only business class he can probably afford is Cayman Airways, right? So even if they're giving you a concession with the first 2 pieces, 3 pieces, yes, the next bag counts as number 4. Hello? Did you not learn math in the 5th grade? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Because I don't know how you think bag number 4 gonna count as bag number 1. That don't make no sense. Irvin says, I don't travel American Airlines for nothing. Marshall says, this idiot is just looking for attention. We're wasting our time in him. Let him blow his own hot air. No, we're going to address him. We're definitely going to address him. And you know why? A lot of times we let a lot slide, because God knows I don't have time to address everybody. Right? And these people get traction. And then here he is on TikTok, and people are commenting like, yeah, you're right. And the people who comment, they themselves don't have the fucking facts. So what you need to do is you need to come with your facts, get it straight before you want to turn around and call people wicked. Good morning, Tim. Tim Daly says for business class, American gives 2 bags up to 70 pounds. Additional bags are $200 each, up to a maximum of 5 to the Caribbean. He cannot take 9 bags in American within the Caribbean, but if he could, it would be $1,400. His 5 bags, his 5 allowed bags would be $600 and still more than he paid for 9 on Cayman Airways. The math ain't mathing. Anybody has a contact number for this guy? I mean, I wouldn't mind messaging him, I wouldn't mind having a conversation with him and saying, listen, my daughter's only in 3rd grade and we've been working on her with her math. Perhaps, just perhaps, we need to sign you up for some of those math tutoring classes that she is also taking. I can message him right here and right now. Let me see if he not got a phone number. Anybody know who he is? Since he wants so much attention. Let's see if we can help him out a little bit. I'm just saying. Don't come for us. Nobody not sent for you, Bobo. So don't you come for us. What's his name? Chris Genius. Yeah. You might want to pick another name, Bobo. Because you're not a genius, none at all. No. And then he got a GoFundMe page. Help my community in Jamaica recover from Hurricane Melissa. Oh, you want people to give you money, but then you don't want to send your money about people gonna thief it? Well, what are you going on with your son? What kind of foolishness is this?
Good morning, Miss Sandra.
Hello, hi.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, Miss. Miss, the guys are there by Unit A.
Oh, okay. I'm on here right now, so let me just go ahead and message the lady and let her know.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye.
I was going to say, who the hell is calling me? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can message him because I would like Chris Genius number. But I'm looking at his GoFundMe account here. What a mess. Raising money. He raised over $8,000 already. Wow. And he's so cheap. Not even his money he's spending look like. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, this is somebody else, Rochelle Green, that he's saying must donate to her. Come and see what bandoozling going on there. Okay. All right. Need to correct you on some information regarding Cayman Airways. This is what I sent him. You have a phone number? Let's see. Would be easier to chat on WhatsApp. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get through to him. Okay. So anywho, let me now talk about, thank you, Tim. Let me now talk about something else. Because when they like to throw in this bit,
all of these things will make you go to Jamaica, I forgot feed the people them down there.
Yeah.
People down there without light, people down there without house. So me pack up 9 pieces of luggage.
And somehow the fact that they're down there with all this stuff becomes our fault. It's not our fault. That's Mother Nature. And let me just stick a pin right here. Again, I'm trying my best not to go down the road of the cold hard truth, but I'm gonna say this much, right? Some of y'all talking foolishness about this storm was created by, this was a man-made storm. The level of stupidity is shocking, right? A man-made storm because you saw somebody in a little controlled environment in a little tube show you how hurricanes work. Some idiots think that you can actually go out there and create a hurricane in the real world. Well, I thought about it. You know what I said to myself? Y'all create it because you don't care about the environment. Because you're polluting the environment, you're stripping the mangroves, you're tearing down trees in the Amazon, you're polluting Mother Earth. All those things, lead to global warming. You must have 5 cell phones instead of the 1 or 2. Okay, everybody in the household must have 50 gazillion cars, leading to carbon emissions and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's man-made, but not in the way that you think. It's man-made because we're destroying the earth, not because somebody went out there and made a hurricane and pointed it very negatively to just go over Jamaica. What kind of stupidity do y'all? Like, seriously. But, you know, some of y'all Jamaicans so salty that I really question you, like, why are you even in Cayman? Y'all don't want to be here. You don't like us, right? So you shouldn't be here. Nobody not forcing you to be here. Nobody not torturing you. Not the last time I checked. You're free to go. Like I said, the airline right there. So airport is right there. But you know how many times I've heard people comment about, oh yeah, that what they get when this storm coming. Even that idiot Lavon, whatever the fuck her name is, Lavelle, every 2 times she get up, oh, calling down damnation, Cayman and lied, God, bring the storm upon Cayman because them too wicked and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? It's so funny, but I not hear one single Caymanian because we don't operate like that. You know, we're not bad mind like some of y'all. We're not out here lambasting people talking about, yeah, that what you get. Your wickedness come back to you now in the form of a hurricane. Y'all too wicked. That's why Hurricane Melissa come and mash you up. But if the shoe was on the other foot, some of you bad mind, nasty ass Jamaicans would be saying that about Cayman because y'all jealous and petty motherfuckers. Okay? Y'all jealous and petty. Now, let's continue this because we need to talk about this concept that, you built Cayman.
I don't know, tell me, say, Cayman Airways, where the most money where they make off of Jamaica.
And that's not necessarily fine.
Not even one free bag, then you know? Not even one free bag.
Actually, you got 3 free bags. So even within this little segment here, you're contradicting yourself, bitch. You just got 3 free bags. Or you think because of the storm, Cayman Airways should do even more. Well, you know what you need to do, Mr. TikToker? Mr. Genius? Go and ask your Jamaican government to waive the airport fees so that when we fly in there, one of the reasons why the airfare to Jamaica is as expensive as it is because on the Kingston route, the airport fees that your government charges is the highest to all of the destinations that we travel to. I'm going to say it one more time. I need y'all to pay attention if you really want to call yourself a genius. Okay? The highest airport fees that we pay, and I stand to be corrected, but the last time I checked, these were the facts. The highest airport fees that we pay is right this so in Jamaica. So if you want the route to become cheaper, you want them to give you more benefits, by all means, go ask your government to waive the fees during this hurricane time or reduce it. Then Cayman Airways can come to your rescue and say, you know what? We're going to pass on those savings to you. That's what we're going to do. Caller, good morning.
All right. So when you're talking about the taxes are basically $145. I think it's $190. And it is the highest. That's part of their ticket. If they look at their ticket basically shows you the tax breakdown. And if you look at your last ticket, if you went to Jamaica the last time, you look at it, it's $190 something. So basically the airfare maybe $180 to $165, and the rest of them is taxes.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So you see, Tanya, yeah, that they have a pass-through cost of fuel. Cayman Airways have a pass-through cost of everything there.
And then the second part is the airport is not run by Jamaica government. It was leased up by the Mexican government.
Train hush. Don't tell them that. Right? They're not ready for that story.
And then the Canadian government runs the Montego Bay Airport, and that's a factual. You could double. The other thing,
not even running their own airports. You gotta be joking.
Cayman Airways was not only the first one that was flying in there. They were the first one that were flying the tourists back to here, and then they were connecting to the other airlines back home. So American, Delta, United, Southwest, JetBlue was not the first one. JetBlue flew in there afterwards, but they only flew in and drop off supplies, and they left empty. So Cayman Airways were flying people out to here, and then they were connecting to Canada and elsewhere, and they were overnighting in Cayman, and a lot of the customers were saying they will prefer they're going to come back here next. because they didn't even know Cayman existed. You know, because some of them some of them don't know the geography. So I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, Cayman Airways were actually flying people out to Cayman, and then they were connecting from Cayman to their final destination, either the U.S., Canada, England, and Bahamas, and wherever the places. So they were also bringing people out. So just to give them a little insight, but the taxes is $190 or $185 on the taxes alone, not added onto the ticket. So people have to understand that fuel has gone up, maintenance has gone up on aircrafts, and there's a lot more into airline industry that a lot of people don't think. You know, they think it's just Foster's grab and go and there's a little bit of cost increase, but it's not. So, yeah, just leave you with that.
I appreciate it, my dear. I'm going to get to some of your comments here in a second. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, I mean, listen, the level of ignorance and stupidity really, really gets to me. But I want to talk about where he's going to go next with this conversation.
Overweight by 5 pounds.
All right.
I tell me, say, kid, because I know say, you not really take nothing off our fear, you know. Me know not go take nothing off of that, you know.
Yeah, we're not going to take it off because once again, that's not our problem. That is a problem for you to talk about with your government. So go and talk to your government about the airport fees, the highest of all the destinations that we go to.
You understand? But at least you can give you at least one bag or something.
Really? You're not
just and they don't know what about with the people of Jamaica. Eh?
Wow.
The reason why me go Jamaica because me not send my money go down there for nobody go spend it.
Yeah.
Or nobody go pocket it. We have to work hard in a Cayman for our own. So you see, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Stick a pin. You're working hard. So you say. Some of y'all don't work hard. You're walking up and down the streets of Eastern Avenue, aka Little Kingston, doing nothing but fuckeridge and selling, drugs and bringing drugs into this country. They're not working hard. We're not gonna talk about them. Okay. And almost every single drug boat that is coming into Cayman these days coming from where, son? Them people not working hard. They're working hard at trying to deceive the police and customs and marine, border control and that kind of thing there. So, but I'm not going to take it away from the fact that there are a lot of hardworking Jamaicans here. If you're one of them, sir, I don't even know who the hell you are. But if you happen to be one of them, how do you think it works in the real world? That's how it is. You got to work hard for your bag. Nobody not giving you jack shit. I don't care if you're here in Cayman, if you're in America, if you're in Cuba, if you're in Australia, you have to get up and work hard. There's no free meal tickets. Huh? There's no free rides. Now, I'm going to correct that statement a little bit to say that enough of you come here looking for freeness, and that's why some of you will jump on top of anything that got status. Sometimes you don't even like them, and you will ride them night and day just to be able to get the benefits that come with that because you don't want to work hard. Huh? You'll jump up on anything to be able to stay in Cayman. So stop talking your pure foolishness. Carla, what say you this morning?
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
I want you to read out what I write. I want you to read out what I write. I don't want to ball it out because I'm ashamed when I leave the UK.
Me not even see it because so many comments coming in. But tell me.
Listen to me now. Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Cayman is wicked. But Cayman Airways was the first flight that dropped down there. I don't like hear shit sometimes, you know. I don't like hear it.
Yeah.
People have to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Better I tell you something. I wish Cayman Airways will start running in the UK. I mean, I'll say no more. Look for me right now when me write and spell them where you can make out, you put something, you put where you find it. Me don't like hear it. Cayman so wicked, but Cayman Airways was the first one dropped to our rescue. Can you imagine how the people think we feel? Right?
Yep.
Talking them shit.
James Chapo say I must call his name. Don't say Jamaican, please.
It's not right. Me don't feel comfortable about it. If you talk about airline and airport and they're gonna get them fine, but not talk about wicked.
Yes.
Cayman Airways, I don't want Cayman Islands. Come on, you know what? Let me come off.
Thank you, my dear. Yeah, Andrea says some people just talk because they have to. That is true. They have mouth because
Me
he not
buy,
give no
me make sure
facts.
say me buy, and me make sure say me I
All right,
deliver
hurry up
it
and get to the
in
next point.
person. Una wicked. And imagine.
As many times as he call us wicked, this man, is he here on a work permit? I have to question his status because let me tell you something. This is why y'all better be glad that I am not in charge of nothing called immigration. Because anyhow y'all had put me in charge of immigration, ungratefulness would be on the fucking list of reasons why you can't come, Cayman. And I don't care where you're coming from. Your work permit, brother, would be canceled. Anybody know who this fool is? Does he even really live in Cayman? Chris Genius, does he live here? Where does he work? What he said, Walla Reason podcast. Where is man real estate? Because if he really staying here in Cayman, somebody need to look at his work permit status. Maybe he shouldn't be here. Because I think, Genius, that you could do better in Jamaica. How about that? I'm just saying. Let's listen to him continue to insult people.
The Westmoreland Parish Council used to run Cayman.
Lord God. Okay, now we're going to bring it home. Because look at where he gone.
Westmoreland Parish Council used to run Cayman. And you tell me, say, not evil. A free bag. Uno could have give Uno charge me $500.
All right. Stop right there. Okay. Let me try to understand the logic of how people think. Okay. The level of ungratefulness is just astonishing. You claim, say, your bill came in, but you got paid and opportunities for yourself. You didn't come here with the intent of building the Cayman Islands. You came here with the intent of bettering your own life. If y'all go and check the GDP of Jamaica, and you see the funds that are sent home from all the countries all over the world, Cayman has got to be at the top of the list in terms of which countries the Jamaican diaspora is actually sending money from to help support and build their own country. So tell me now how you building Cayman when you're trying to build your own country first. I saw somebody comment here, like he can't be serious about building Cayman. Maybe your focus should have been building Jamaica. Well, the truth of the matter is they are building Jamaica, and I'm not blaming them. Of course, if you go overseas as a foreign national and you work, you have an obligation to send money back home to help build your family, build your homes, all this kind of stuff. You know the amount of Jamaicans in Cayman right now that would never have a home in Jamaica if they had not come to Cayman? Huh? Because not only can they afford to come here, and despite the CUC, despite the water bill, despite the mortgages, despite everything they complain is so damn expensive in Cayman, they can still find money to send home and build a little something, a yard. What does that tell you? And you couldn't even do that in your own country. I'm just saying. What does that tell you? Okay? Now, this concept about Westmoreland was administering Jamaica. Cayman, look here now. Look here now. You guys cannot hang on to a story that is 50 gazillion years old. You have got to give up the ghost. Cayman in Jamaica had a connection, yes. And in fact, I had to rely upon one of my cousins to give me the straight on this. Let's go back to 1670, because y'all love history, right? And all y'all want to talk about is, oh, Jamaica used to administer Cayman. Some of y'all claim that we were dependent. We were never dependent of Jamaica, okay? Because of our small size, we probably had like 5 people living in Cayman back then. Because of our small size, it didn't make any sense for us to have a separate governor here. So basically, there was like a regional governor for not just Jamaica, but other territories within the region as well. So the 1670 Treaty of Madrid officially recognized England's possession of Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. And this ended years of conflict with Spain and formally ceded their territories to English control. This ended the war that began in 1654 and marked a significant power shift in the Caribbean, with Spain acknowledging English dominance in the region. So that treaty is what set out Jamaica, the UK, this one, that one, as part of the English, the UK territories within the Caribbean. So we can get a little history lesson here today. So that relationship set the path then, right? So we can accept that England conquered Jamaica from Spain in 1654. That 1670 treaty formally recognized England's control over Jamaica, solidifying British presence in the Caribbean. A few months after the treaty, Henry Morgan launched an attack on Panama City, which violated the agreement. And in order to repair the relations, Morgan and Governor Modiford were recalled to England. And when they were released, and Morgan was knighted and appointed Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. That is the history. Now let's look at Cayman in connection to that. Early settlements in the Cayman Islands existed between 1661 and 1671. Like I said, probably 5 people with it at the time, right? They were attacked by Spanish privateers. The governor of Jamaica called the settlers back to Jamaica. So then they didn't even stay. Y'all were so scared of the Spaniards. Y'all run back to Jamaica. The UK governor said, oh God, bring them back. Lieutenant governor, oh no, let's bring them back. We can't have them killing us over some turtle meat. Yeah? So by the time that the 1670 Treaty of Madrid was signed, and Spain formally recognized the British possession of the Cayman Islands, they said, well, all right, the Cayman Islands is close enough. Unfortunately, we don't really want them. There's nothing there. Just have them be part of Jamaica for the purposes of this part of history. Permanent settlement did not occur until the 1730s. So y'all need to go back and tell me, in 1730 and beyond, since we go all the way back, how was the Cayman Islands a dependent of Jamaica? I want y'all to watch something. Because Caymanians have to be prepared to educate people and to defend your history. Because when people come to you with this foolishness about, oh, we used to own you guys, and we built Cayman and this and that, I'm going to ask you a very straight question. Did the Spanish own Jamaica? The Spaniards? How would Jamaicans feel if, well, the Spaniards were saying, oh, well, hola, papi, look here now, papi chulo, we own you, because we're back in 1600, Jamaica was Spanish country, so we coming in. So you owe them everything from now infinitum. That's not how it works. Even the British, you Jamaicans don't want their coming. Well, Jamaica was a dependent of the British. You were British. So does that mean now that every time we have to talk about something, we're going to tell y'all this is how it works and yada, 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 and y'all can't go nowhere and you can't do nothing without acknowledging Jamaica? No. Y'all need to get over it. Whatever relationship Cayman had with Jamaica is done, dusted, and over with. Whether it was just an administrative role, whether you want to claim that y'all had more to do, whatever, it's done. And here's the best part. If you want to know the cold hard truth, yeah, I'm trying to find my video here now because I want to play this video. If you want to know the cold hard truth is that Cayman's success only came after we left Jamaica. So stop talking nonsense. Let me pull up this story. Hold on. I had it downloaded the other day, but I can't find it now. Let me just look for it again. Okay? So this is the shocking part about it. Just the point. Right? Y'all want to talk foolishness? the real shocking part of this now, and I got bring this up so y'all can watch it, is that if Cayman did not break with Jamaica, and if we were a dependent of Jamaica, ask yourself this question, because this is a logical question now. If we were dependent of Jamaica, like how they want to claim and make it seem, how is it that we had a choice to go with the UK? That's because Jamaica just was doing the paperwork. Cayman wasn't big enough to have its own, yeah. So when we saw them go, no, we don't want to be part of that. No thanks. We gonna stick with, we gonna stick with the UK. That's the decision that we made. And as it turns out, it was probably for the best. If we were a dependent territory, we would not have been able to make that decision like that. So I need y'all to pay attention. This is what I'm telling you. Ignorance is bliss, but it's not good to be ignorant. So get your facts straight. By all means, look at this video and educate yourself. Jamaicans, stop saying that because it's an insult. You're trying to make it seem as though our success was reliant on, our success was reliant on Jamaica. If that was the case, that means that Jamaica would have been at least as successful, if not more successful than us. And that'll make no sense. Pay attention, class. Class is in session.
The oldest building on Grand Cayman is St. James Castle, Pedro. Erected in 1780, it was built by William Eden, who was born in Wiltshire, England, and came to Cayman in 1765.
William Eden, the builder of this castle, was my great-grandfather. Pedro Castle was built in 1780 by slave labor. The house is situated on the south coast between Budtown and Spots. And the upper stories will give you a good command of the greater portion of the eastern part of the island. He later moved to Georgetown and built a two-storied house located next to my present home on South Church Street. The place is known as Big House.
This is Dr. Roy McTaggart. He's a man who, for over 50 years, has played an important part in the political and economic life of Grand Cayman.
My earliest recollection is my first day of school at about the age of 4. My teacher was W.M. Cochran, a Scotchman. School was held in the old building presently situated across the street from Enfield Memorial Church. Sometime later, Mr. Goring came here and started another school. He was from Barbados. There was no high school educational facilities available at that time. And so after I had progressed as far as possible in the school here, my mother took me to Mobile, Alabama, where I was enrolled in Barton Academy. Later, we returned to Grand Cayman, and I was sent to Jamaica to Excelsior College, where I received a diploma, which was equivalent to a university degree.
Oh, let me stick a pin. Let me just stick a pin right there. A lot of Caymanians went to university in Jamaica, right? There are even Caymanians who were born in Jamaica. But let me ask you a question. Did we get any of those services for free? Is there any Caymanians? Come forward. Y'all old enough, right? When you went to school in Jamaica, some of y'all went to nursing school, you went to this Excelsior College, all kind of stuff. People like Kurt Tibbetts was educated in Jamaica. Kurt Tibbetts was born in Jamaica because his mother had complications. Did we go there and get those services for free? You see any of them talking about, well, when my mama went there to give birth, they should have given us for free at the hospital and we shouldn't have to pay and we were getting free services, free education, Jamaica, blah, blah, blah. No. So even when Cayman has had to use Jamaica, yes, they had schools, good schools, whatever, back in the day. We wasn't begging nobody nothing for free. We weren't getting nothing for free, right? Even some Caymanians to this day turn around and send their children to Jamaica. And they got to pay somebody to take their child in because nobody not doing nothing for you for free in Jamaica. So once again, don't get this story twisted. It has been a symbiotic relationship at best, but we not giving nothing away. And it's high time that y'all realize that we also paid. Every single Jamaican that has come here and claimed that they built Cayman, they didn't do it for free. People were paid, and they were paid handsomely. And when we needed your services and we went there, we paid for those services as well. Dr. Roy just reminded me of that.
I became a member of the Legislative Assembly in 1916, and during this time, the teacher, Mr. Gorin, and myself put forth a bill which made education compulsory in the Cayman Islands. This bill formed the nucleus for the present educational system which we now enjoy.
In 1922, public schools became a reality, and since then, the educational process has come a long way.
The only means of communication we had with the outside world was by sailing boat. Even though on a certain morning, the people in Georgetown saw two British cruisers in hot pursuit of a German cruiser, we knew absolutely nothing about what is happening until about 8 days afterwards. A little boat came here from Cayman Brac and told us that we were at war with Germany. It is hard to believe, but it is definitely the fact that we were so much apart from the world that anything could have happened and we would never have known what was taking place. When Jamaica got its independence in 1962, we were offered two alternatives by the British government. And Sir Kenneth Blackburn came to Cayman for that purpose. He had a meeting of the Assembly.
All right, so pay attention to this, right? Because the UK then said, okay, you have a choice. If we were dependent of Jamaica, as some of y'all want to claim, how is it possible then that the UK could be saying, what does Cayman want to do? That means we were not independent of Jamaica. And somebody just made a valid point. How can a country who is a dependent of another country have somebody else who's a dependent of them? That don't make no sense. We were all dependents of the UK. So that is why when you listen now to Uncle Roy and what he's going to say next, that is why they came to us and said, okay, Jamaica is going independent. What do you all want to do?
By the British government. And Sir Kenneth Blackburn came to Cayman for that purpose. He had a meeting of the Assembly and he gave us two propositions. One, to remain as we were under the British government as a crown colony, or two, to get internal self-government, but we would be under Jamaica. And in 5 years, we become a part of Jamaica and lose our identity. To me, I thought this was absolutely ridiculous. With the result that I got out and I started canvassing the island from one end of the place to the other. So much so that the people were so much on my side that I received over 3,000 signatures saying to remain as we were. We came to the meeting and, of course, all of the other members, 17 in all, the whole assembly comprised 18 members and 17 of them were against me. And they all, most of them spoke, some of them spoke before I did and said that they were in favor of this internal self-government under Jamaica. And when my turn, I got up and I spoke, I suppose, for about an hour. And I told them facts and figures and everything else. And I told them that I thought we were doing a most ridiculous thing, that to be under Jamaica in the first place, we had definitely no immigration restrictions on Jamaicans coming to Cayman. That was one most unfortunate situation that we would have had to face. And I pointed out to them that Jamaica being a new little country, it could not protect itself. They had no navy, no army, and how could it protect us in case anything happened? So, well, my arguments are so strong and convincing that when the votes were called, it was all a landslide for me, a unanimous vote to remain as we were a crown colony under the British government.
The outcome of this was that the Cayman Islands, for the first time, became a direct dependency of the Crown.
Soon afterwards, I was invited to Jamaica to a cocktail party given by the government. And thanks to who at the time was the Prime Minister, he found out that I was there, and he came and he put his hand on my shoulder and he says, "You were the devil that kept me from getting my hands on the Cayman Islands." And I said to him, "Thank God."
Thank God, Dr. Roy. You see, our forefathers never minced their words. You hear what the man replied to him and say? Thank God. Yes, thank God. Okay? Because we would have been pillaged and torn apart. So the man said, yes, me tell him, thank God. Even Jamaica realized what they would have been doing and using Cayman. So the man said, Uncle Roy say, thank God. Mm-hmm. Good. Learn your history. Yes, I'm going to share that link with you because we shared this over 5 years ago right here on CMR. And it just reminds me, this is why we need to have these history shows, because y'all need to be able to defend yourself with facts when people come talking foolishness. Of course, the man had plenty of sense. Our forefathers were not stupid people. They had a lot of sense. He could see the trouble that would have been for our small little island nation. Listen, there's any sensible Jamaican, somebody else say, oh, don't say Jamaican, just speak to him. No. I'm speaking in broader terms because I know for a fact that unfortunately, he is not the only one that thinks this way. He is one, but he's not the only one. Somebody said they believe he's married to Cayman, and please tell me that that's not the case. This is the height of ungratefulness and ridiculousness. Don't do it again, sir. I would advise you. Krish, what the hell his name is, Krish whatever. Somebody said, does he have a work permit to do a podcast? I don't friggin' know. But I would really advise him to do yourself a favor and don't try coming for Cayman again, because we are not going to take kindly to it. You might find yourself being properly reviewed, as you should be, by immigration. Let me read some of your comments. Okay. And someone made a mention here. I saw it. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it back up. Says that we should not be entertaining people who do not even like us in our own country. And this is a fact. We have a lot of people here from all over the world, not just Jamaica, who come to Cayman to use us for what they can get, and they cannot stand the natives, the people of Cayman. And it is time that we say that has to stop. Enough is enough. Okay? You like the lifestyle. You love the beaches. You love the condos that you can get, right? You love the food, you love this, whatever, but you don't love Caymanians? The place is the fucking Cayman Islands, and first and foremost, it's for Caymanians before anybody else. So if you don't like the people, and you don't have to like us, I mean, God knows, we're not gonna force it on you. If you don't like us, pack your little bags and be on your merry way. We don't want you here. And I'm not going to mince my words when I tell you I will have zero tolerance for anybody who has the audacity to call us all sorts of names like this man, including the name wicked, because you will never find a better set of people who will sacrifice and who, in fact, have been so kind over the years that they had to coin Caymankind, because that's what we are. We have been Caymankind to our own detriment. And we're not going to continue to do that anymore. We are going to start looking out for ourselves, our country, and our people first and foremost. And if you don't like it, too bad. Don't care. Not one bit. Let's do some comments. Cayman Braca says CAL stands for Cayman Airways Limited, not Charity Airlines Limited, right? Cayman Icon says, I travel business class. I think we read this one already. Last week, 3 bags free. For the 4th one, I paid $100 USD, and I had no problems paying that. It's fine. Let me see. I did that one already. Damien says Air Jamaica went out of business in 2015 because of financial struggles and debt. Iva says American doesn't take boxes. Keith says Cayman Airways has the best pilots in the world. This is most important. Exactly. I mean, our safety record, bar none, has been amazing. Our pilots, even just how they land a plane. The other day, somebody was traveling from Texas back to Cayman. They said, girl, the way that plane landed, they said, let me tell you what they say. Hold on. This is what they sent me. Oh, I think they sent me a voice note, but on Saturday, they're like, oh my God, thank you so much for Cayman Airways. Could them people just like drop the plane in American on that tarmac? My stomach was in my throat the way that they land those planes. Gabby says Jamaicans need to get their own plane if this is the cause, because we don't need to provide shit for them. Remember, they went independent. I mean, listen, their own airline didn't make it, probably because of tactics like this where they were trying to give everything away for free. Wasn't it Butch Stewart who had owned Jamaican Airline? They sold it to Butch Stewart. There you go. And he couldn't maintain it, so he filed bankruptcy. Because Butch Stewart, he's a businessman. And if he's not making a profit, even for his own Jamaicans, he's not going to keep nothing alive. Y'all sit there. Barbara says, empty barrels make the most noise. I just hope he has a one-way ticket. We could only pray and hope. Anthony Morning says, don't worry, Sandy. A condom could have prevented that post he made. Just someone looking attention and need their internet data taken away. But you know what, Anthony? Let me say this. Make them talk, you know. Because the more, like somebody said, we have Stockholm Syndrome. The more these people talk and tell us how they feel about us, the better off we are. Because then we know how to move with people. When you have people kissing your ass and pretending to like you and have you fooled, they are the most dangerous ones. I appreciate this brother for going on air and telling us exactly how he felt, because now we know how to deal with him. Yeah? We know how he feels about Cayman Airways, Caymanians, how he up in his feelings, calling us wicked people. So now that we know how he feels, when we pass him on the street, y'all know how to deal with him. Just get on the other side, because he's not anybody that means you any good. Miss Lucille says Cayman Airways needs to start run to the UK, please, Sandy. 8 pieces, almost 800 pounds, British pounds. When you get to the airport with 3 pieces, it was 300. I think this was 300 and 10 British pounds. You only get 1 piece free. Check on 1 hand luggage and make sure not over 50 pounds. Him lucky. Send Cayman Airways. Say up here, please. And the other thing he mentioned is he talked about he said something about carry-on bags. How many pieces you get carry-on? But nobody not talking about no carry-on luggage. I was like, huh? Island Days says this is why Jamaica's in a mess, because they were busy owning Cayman. Apparently, they were too busy building us and making us a success. What sense does that make? And by the way, let's go back to this point, right? Since y'all claim that you're building Cayman. In 2024, total remittances to Jamaica were $3.56 billion. That's over 1%, was a slight decline from 2023, right? The vast majority of remittances in Latin America and the Caribbean, including Jamaica, do come from the US, but guess what? A good portion and I'm going to tell y'all how good of a portion, hold on, actually comes by way of Cayman. Over 300, this was 2022 figures. I don't have anything more updated than that, but over 300, no, my apologies. That was a total. $175 million back in 2022 went from Cayman to Jamaica. I got to see if we can get some updated figures since 2022. So come back and tell me again, who's building who? Huh? Jamaica building Cayman? When 175 million US dollars that was earned in this country went from Cayman back to Jamaica? Y'all have got to be kidding me. Come on now. Speak some facts. Okay. I mean, yes, when you're living here, like I said, you're making a salary. So you do have to shop at our grocery stores. You go buy cars because, you know, enough of y'all can afford cars, right? And you got to spend your gas money. But that's in life. That's like in business, we say that's the cost of goods. This is the cost of living anywhere. You're going to have to buy groceries no matter where you live. Nobody not giving you enough for free. If you want a car, you got to get a car. And you have to pay the associated fees with it. So yes, there's a cost associated with living in the Cayman Islands. And yet, despite that, despite your complaints about how expensive it is, you still manage, as of 2022, to send back $175 million in remittances alone. And that's not including those of you who go home and you take $5,000, $6,000, you're under your $10,000 threshold. That doesn't include goods that are going, you know, that you send to help out family and others. That's just hard, cold cash by way of remittance money. Who you building? You would be a damn fool to build any other country but your own country. So stop saying it because it does not even make any logical sense. Live Happy says they don't understand the weight of the loaded items on the plane. I mean, that's a whole other issue. Cayman Airways, yes, they do take oversized bags and they will take overweight bags, but you can't get it for free. There's wear and tear on our vehicles. Somebody got paid for that. You know how much one of those airplanes cost? We were the first ones in the Caribbean to get the MAX 8 for y'all to be able to sit down in a nice business class and complain about. And not for nothing. I don't fly American Airlines, right? I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've been in American, and that was when we were doing we were trying to get to Greece and trying to do our longer leg trips and stuff like that. But geez, peace, them little tighty airline seats, not even comfortable. Caribbean people can't generally squeeze into them. So I don't know if their business class, how much roomier it is, but I'll tell you one thing. The business class seats on Cayman Airways are well comfortable, well roomy. And what does American Airlines give you to eat between Cayman? I don't think they don't go straight from here to Jamaica, but let's say that they do. What is it that they're giving you to eat? Anything? One little soda? Sugar water? One biscuit? In business class, it's like a 45-minute flight, but you still get food. Anthony says, where did Lovell get NPO from? Is that legit? No. Until she shows you the registration papers and you double check it, no. Andrea, poor you. She says when they were told to stay in school, they didn't. For the life of me, I wonder if their brain is working when their mouths open. Girl, I don't know. He needs to be blacklisted like how the Cayman Islands government have me blacklisted. No income. He needs to be in my effing shoes. Bet he say something else. He is effing ungrateful, says Carrie. What a mess. You're not blacklisted by nobody, Carrie. Ms. Speak Your Mind says, as a Jamaican, we don't own him. Right? I wouldn't even mention him to my husband because my husband he would just shake his head like these. He knows some of his people not got no sense. I swear everything they run on the internet with, shaking my head. Girl. I don't blame y'all. Carrie says, plus, if Cayman Airways stopped flying, almost all Jamaicans would be in a friggin' predicament because they can't go to the U.S. without a visa. Our government says aisle 2025 doesn't understand how dangerous it is to let people come here who hate us. And this is something we have got to have a real conversation about. Yeah, it's sad, but it's true. West Side Movement says no one receives money from Jamaica to Cayman via Western Union. You know, that's a good question. I wonder what it is. Probably like $500 for the year. I mean, some people might send it back. Like, I don't know. I don't think so, but I mean, I'm sure it's not zero. Like maybe there's some little bit that, but in $175, nowhere near that. 175 million. My apologies. Yeah, Carrie said the same thing. How many went from Jamaica to Cayman? No. How y'all building Cayman? Come on now. Stop the nonsense. It's stupidity. Let me read some of the WhatsApp comments that has come in as well, because they've been fast and furious, honey child. I've grabbed some of these. Let me see here now. No, sir. Y'all not easy. This person says, that is why I read my history books, because a lot of them love to use that. They own us. That's why we need to change our crest, our flag. The pineapple placed on the top and still making them think that they're in charge. Jamaica didn't want us only when we became successful. Oh, well, you heard what Mr. Roy said. They wanted us, but we didn't want them. So make sure we understand that there's a difference. Oh, yeah, they wanted us all right, even as small as we were back then. And we didn't even have financial services going yet. But they could still see the benefit of hanging on to us. But we had no interest in them. And that's an interesting point about the pineapple. Huh. Interesting. They didn't even want to assist with setting up our government and our education system. Many of them turned a blind eye. Only the Scottish missionaries preserved and came here to set up the schools. Persevered, I think, is what that's supposed to be. Interesting. Oh, no, they come now, though. All them coming out, they can make good money. I'm just saying. That's why I was quite perturbed when one of our own, allegedly, Monteith, was selling us out and only hiring 7-day Adventist Jamaican teachers. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Sure. Not to mention that Cayman Airways sponsored CUC staff members tickets and bags to go over there to help with restoration free of cost. Jamaicans are my own people, but they're ungrateful as fuck, says this person. He would have paid 70 times 6, which is $420, and only $80 for overweight fee, which he claims 2 bags were overweight. So that means $40 per bag overweight fee. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra from the Bluff. Telman, I was listening to the show.
Hello.
She's your biggest fan.
Oh,
just letting you know.
That's one of the cats?
Yep, Telma Lou. She has to listen to you every day. Anyways, you said, remember I keep talking about how Jamaica did not want to let us go? And there was some sort of letter of wishes or like a subtle agreement that was made with the United Kingdom that had nothing to do with us. Basically was saying that they didn't want to let us go in the future or whatever. They wanted to be able to come into our country and have some of these top jobs. I mean, look, how many top jobs are Jamaicans are in our country. I read that letter because the person who showed it to me was a big government official for many years. He showed me a copy of the letter that is sealed up somewhere in locked up in the roof or somewhere that Gab or discarded now. But they did not want to let us go. And if it wasn't from the pressures of Dr. Roy and Captain Keefe and Mr. Farrington in West Bay, and they need their statues in our country right now. They're bigger heroes than Mr. Jim Borden. Of course, he was a hero too, but Captain Keefe, Mr. Farrington, and Dr. Roy, we need to recognize them because they were our earthly warriors here that saved us from that mess to the southeast of us. And we're not being nasty to Jamaica. No, we're
not at all.
We're just setting the record straight and clearing the path.
And like I said, we were the first ones there to help them just the other day. That's how we are.
Exactly.
But don't take our niceness for weakness.
Exactly. Well, they don't ask their PM where he was during Melissa. He wasn't in Jamaica. That's what they should be concerned with. But anyway, my point of all of this is we have our 3 national heroes we need to put out there now and statues to recognize and put that there under all of their statues. He was part, Captain Keith, Dr. Mark Tiger, Miss Farrington, they were all part of rescuing us from Jamaica when they went independent. And we can call it that or word it that way or put in a fancy legal jargon to it. We don't care, but they need to be erected in this country right now for us. One in Kimmerbrook, Captain Keith can be down district admin, right about our flag. Put him there and recognize those men because they saved us. Anyways, I just setting the record straight. Nobody is hating on Jamaicans here.
No,
we
not
just want
at all.
y'all to understand
Yes, we
where
can
we're
stand up for
coming
ourselves.
from.
Let me tell you how
And
I
like
see
I
this,
said,
right? Yes.
my family went to Jamaica with my little brother when he was sick, and he died in the hospital in Jamaica, and they had to pay everything for him while he was there and to ship his little body back to Grand. So I'm just saying, we never got nothing free from Jamaica. No, thank you. Have a good day. Great show as always. And tell me go back listen.
Lord have mercy. Somebody said he's just looking views for his show. I always used to watch him and his son on his channel. Kiss my teeth. I no longer watch him. Damn fool. Oh my God. No, sir. Wow. Let me see here. Let me see. All right, give me 1 second. Treasure, call me when you have a minute. Oh, okay. I will certainly call you. Oh, some strange person walking on somebody's porch. All right. Let's read some more comments. This one says, good morning, Chica. Good morning, CMR. He needs to take a seat way in the back and stop his ignorance. Another nugget for him to know. Since he says the Jamaica flight is their bread and butter, when a Jamaican ticket is purchased, the taxes alone are US $243.49. Kaboom. Out of that, the Jamaican government tax is $152.47. Cayman government tax is $90.92. So imagine the fare can't be much. In my estimation, that average fare nets around $160. Not just that, but this breakdown, and thank you so much, this is obviously someone in the know. This breakdown, folks, means that even the Jamaican government, that airport, both airports that we fly into, is making money off of Cayman Airways flying there. So once again, y'all still making money off of Cayman. Wow, what a mess. I tell you. Morning, Miss Sandy. I'm off today, catching you live. Yes, that's correct. Jamaicans were not indentured slaves coming here to Cayman to work gratuitously. Sick of hearing that story. The Indians and Chinese were indentured servants to Jamaica. They can surely take claim over Jamaica, but Jamaicans cannot do that here in Cayman. What a mess. Good morning. Who the fuck is that Black John Crow asshole? I just reading it like it says, honey chill. They need to get it out their fucking heads that they built Cayman. Idiots, as only Caymanian could say. Tell them, go fly Air Jamaica. Yeah, Jamaica would not / cannot help us if we were ever in need. Not for nothing. After Ivan, they came and they got paid for their help. So, nothing to brag about. He needs to go fly American then, dummy. This man really pissed me off royally, says this person. He's a dumbass. What did he expect? Next time he can fly American from Cayman to the US and then to Jamaica. Clearly he knew overweight incurred a cost, or he wouldn't have brought it up. And someone needs to educate him on the Jamaican government tax that makes up most of the airfare for that destination. Has Jamaica reduced that? No. If we so wicked, leave and don't come back. Kiss my teeth. Our government actually donated $1.2 million, not 1.5. Well, it equates to 1.5 US. And luggages is not a word. His name is Genius, after all. So he should know that luggages is not a word. Hot mess. West Side says no one receives money from Jamaica to Cayman from Western Union. What a hot tea this morning, honey chill. Some people don't have no sense. Cayman pays extra fees when Jamaicans delay their flights out of Jamaica. And by the way, when I fact check which route is more profitable, it isn't Jamaica. The person said to me that there are times that Jamaica, like Christmas time and like kids back and forth. Yes, they do have really, really good flight numbers and stuff like that. Somebody said he should have paid way more than $500. He probably got a deal. What a heat. No, sir. All right, here's another commentator. A lot has been going through their minds this morning. 1 second, honey chill. They say, preach it, sister. Jamaican tickets are high because of the tax from Jamaica. He lives here and is always talking smack about us on his TikTok. Really? I gotta start paying attention to him. Cayman build up Jamaica with the amount of remittances that they receive annually. Money received from Little Cayman and is 3 behind the USA and Canada in terms of the remittance that goes into Jamaica. Wow. So put some respect on our name, bitch. I added the bitch for emphasis. Good. Love that you use that Mr. Roy video. Roy McTaggart showing one man can make a difference. He is the sole reason why we have remained British. And now his biggest fear of us getting overrun by Jamaicans is coming true. By the way, love the lipstick today. Thank you, honey chill. Miss Nola Sanderson says, Lavana, I saw this video from Sunday and had to cool down before posting it yesterday. If Cayman Airways was my business, he wouldn't put foot on it again. Cayman Airways made no public announcement of a baggage fee waiver. So why turning up at the airport expecting not to pay your fees? Only a jackass would do such a thing, The nerve of him complaining is one, but the minions on his post agreeing with him, no, sir. That's what I'm telling you, right? We need to pay attention. Jatoya Ebanks, good morning, says the disrespect to our national airline should be classified as an act of treason. Deporting him is a mercy compared to other countries. Yes. Air Jamaica was leased by Butch Stewart, says Vicky. When the big people seen that Stewart was doing well, they ran in and hurried take Air Jamaica back and wreck it into nothing. Well, that's their business, honey chill. Cause they claim they running Cayman, but can't manage a damn airline. What a mess. Anyway, on that note, make sure that you guys support your national airline. Even when you're going to Miami, I fly Cayman Airways. Someone said they missed his name. I'm trying to find out who he is. Hold on. Good morning.
Morning, Miss Sandy. How are you and the Cayman people?
Not bad. How you doing, honey child?
Not bad at all. Now, I'm listening to what was it, someone that made a video or
yes, this Jamaican guy apparently has some TikTok channel and made some video trying to lambast Cayman Airways about how expensive the bags were and how he not getting free baggage and blah blah blah.
Miss Sandy, I was the same person that called in and asked you on the talk show for hundreds and thousands of people to hear if any blight was being given. And you clearly explained it right across the border. There was no blight being given. So why are videos being made? What I'm angry about, you see, I won't say Jamaicans. I would say him.
Yeah, well,
him in particularly.
He is one like Miss Nola just
problem?
said. Hold on, stick a pin. Like Miss Nola just said, enough of them in the comment section agreeing with him and supporting him that live right here in Cayman. So I'm not saying we're not putting all Jamaicans in the same crocus bag, but enough of them need to be in the bag because they come here with a fucking attitude and they need to understand that we're no longer going to sit back and be treated as second-class citizens in our country that our forefathers built, that our seamen went to sea and built. Most of these so-called Jamaicans who want to talk about they built Cayman, they did nothing for Cayman. My grandfather was a Jamaican that came here and built Cayman. First bus system, first Charles Barnes. So they need to talk about some of them Jamaicans who built and offered something of use for the youth and all kind of stuff. And he was not the norm. Let me be very, very clear. He was not the norm.
He hurt my feelings, Miss Sandy. My mother's Jamaican, my father's Caymanian. Okay? So if Cayman and Jamaica should go at war, I'm the first to dead because I'm a stand on the borderline and I'm picking no sides. But when things like this happen, we have to stand up. And forgive me for saying I'm angry at our government. How much more of these like himself, taking the nationality out of it, how much more like him do we need to see express themselves towards our people?
That's what I'm saying.
And we allow.
Yeah.
Now, people say we might be mean to be stripping him because freedom. We have all freedom of speech, but we have to be mindful of our speech.
Exactly.
I see them on the TikTok videos disrespecting Andrew Holiness. They said some derogatory things in reference to his wife as well. When will it over, people? Why are we addressing leaders in such way? Why are we discriminating against countries that did good for us? Why are we doing it? I just want to ask him, why? What is the reason? There's no reason. You are on our soil making life for yourself and family back in Jamaica. What was the purpose in your video? What was the message you were sending? We have been lenient too many times that I am so angry because our leniency make us look like a bunch of fools because this is what we putting up with. I'll beg him, pack his bag and don't come back. And if he married, I beg the wife, join him in Jamaica. I beg, because this is just so horrible.
And let me tell you something. I really hope that that he is not married to Caymanian, because I'll tell you one thing, if he was my husband, Lord God, may not know how that would work out. He would have to issue an apology to Cayman Airways and an apology to the people of the Cayman Islands for calling them wicked. If he wanted to remain married to me and continue to stay in this country, and I'm not joking about that, you know. Let me tell you a little story. I used to be married to an American, right? And one time his sister came here. May he rest in peace. His sister Cecilia came here from the States. Apparently, they're into bird watching. You know, some of these white people, child, into bird watching and whatever kind of thing. Me, I ain't hating on nobody. If you love to watch birds, that's beautiful. I love Mother Nature too. But she come here and she had somehow hooked up with one woman out in Northside who was also a bird watcher. Okay. So she was talking to her about Cayman, and she comes here with this impression that we all live in the bushes, in huts, in grass skirts and whatever. So she's sitting at my dining room table back in Rackley, right there, Rackley Court, Rackley Boulevard, sitting at my dining room table, insulting me about how her friend, this woman she don't even friggin' know, and is telling her how Caymanians living in the bushes and trees up in Northside. I had to stop her right at my dining room table with my husband sitting right there, which would be her brother. I said, please stop fucking talking right now at my table, because you are not going to sit here and insult me with this sort of nonsense. Instead of you learning, coming here and asking, why don't you ask me some questions about what Cayman life is like? You listening to some Johnny-come-lately woman who is dumb as a stack of bricks, talking about people living in the bushes. I said, let me tell you something. Cayman has one of the highest standards of living anywhere in the world. Even to you Americans, that's right, Trisha, even to you Americans would be glad to come here and be able to get the quality of housing that we have here in this country. And I tell her, one more nonsense word out of you, and you're not coming back to Cayman staying with me again. You come and stay at the friggin' hotel, or better yet, go stay in the bushes where you claim Caymanian staying. You can imagine.
Sandy, with all due respect, you wouldn't marry to nobody of that nature. I've been watching and listening to you too long to see you sit down and accept anything like that.
This wasn't him, because he had better sense, but this was his sister who come here and visit and insulting people at my own table. I had to put her in her place. I said, don't do it.
Miss Sandy, but I relocated to the UK this year, and the people, they overhear and they hear the accent. They say, "Are you American?" I said, "No, I'm from the Caribbean." We're in the Caribbean about. I said, the Grand Cayman. What the hell are you doing in this shithole? Who would leave such a paradise to come? Look at big England, beautiful England, all to offer in England. And the English people think me coming from such a small island made a very unwise decision, because they live in a dump hole as big and as beautiful as it is. So I am angry at the fact that he prematurely thought to sit down and make a video of such nature. He needs to stop watching the other members of his that making these TikTok videos to make money and fame and derogatory themselves and all this type of stuff and the people and all of that. We don't do that in Cayman. Ask him if he see on TikTok and else up there. Ask him he see any else up there going on like kind of fools. Ask him. It needs to stop. If he have an opinion, keep it to himself. Going on a platform of such nature and doing it's very disrespectful. And that's when we come out and say,
enough is enough.
Pack your bags and go.
Yep.
That's when we come out and say that. We don't say it no other time. And I have to be rubbing the situation in a way for us to go down that street. But at the end of the day, I would like them to understand I got Jamaican mama, Caymanian father. And if it should pop
and
out,
like I said,
the first one day kind of borderline.
Like I said, these conversations are difficult to have because we are so interconnected to Jamaica, right? We're not trying to put Jamaicans down, but enough is enough. We're not going to sit back and allow people like him. And that's why I said, if the cap don't fit, then you don't have to be offended by nothing I've said here today. But we're not going to sit back and allow people like him to continue to degrade Caymanians. We are too nice. And for our niceness, we have not gotten anything out of it. So enough is enough.
My children went to Jamaica and raised, whether family raised them, whoever raised them, it wasn't for free. Dr. Roy was given the true history.
I bet you
it wasn't for free.
What American Bills made out of again?
To Cayman for me to raise, it would have been for free to If they had sent one of theirs to Cayman for me to raise, it would have been for free. I would not have pressured them under no way, measures, or form. So let's just look into the good of life
that would be Caymanians.
And don't come sit down on no platform talking no stupidity. No stupidity, especially with 9 luggage. Me, for what I remember coming from Miami, I had a premature baby. I was coming from Miami. I had 7 pieces of luggage and I was coming on Cayman Airways. And I hope the young man forgive me for calling his name, but let me tell you something. Miss Sandy, in Miami airport, they were like Cubans, a little mixture at our counter as usual. Listen to me. Once they saw that it was the factor that I had a premature baby, XYZ, no question asked, all 7 pieces cleared, came right through. When I got to Cayman and custom wanted to dig me up and stuff, a young man was working there at the time named Vivian from Central. Wonderful, wonderful young man. And the young man said, no, let her through. She's coming from having a newborn, premature baby. So all of these luggage, the time frame she sent in the States, it adds up to it because she's practically was living there pretty much. So these are okay to come true. So that was not given to me because I go out there and say, I going down, so I'm gonna put these 7 on there, or no, I went there with the willingness to pay and see if I can get the 7 pieces on. If I couldn't, I would have sent back what couldn't go and go with what could have. But because of the mentality, because of the behavior, the personality, I went with what I expected to get. God granted a bigger favor for me. All 7 went. Did he ever sit down and think that if he had looked on it like that, it would have worked in his favor?
Yeah.
But listen, Miss Sandra, just stop, young man. Whoever he is, wherever you come from, go home. That way you don't gotta be cussing nobody airline, whether Cayman Airways or whatever. And you will be fine where you are. Make people send for you then, if that be the case. And then people that sending for you know only 2 and 3 pieces can go. That's what they would know. Just be sensible in your reasoning and your understanding when you click the live button for other people to see. Because we have feelings. We're humans. You understand? And not because we came mankind and they build us to be passive and understanding, we will always be understanding. And young man, take us to deal with, because you see the generation coming. Nothing and I'll be able to stay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The new powers at hand. The new powers are even on who sit down on marriage. Read what Mr. Myers is instilling, and he don't have a smile on his face, but he have a pleasant way of letting us know the new changes to come. And this is not the time to sit down on a platform and bring such attention, whether to yourself or your country people. Because I know right now your country people will probably
enough of them shame him.
For making such statement. They would kick you in the gully right now for this, especially the fact that Melissa just destroyed them and the people need the help. For you to be making such a video, think about the other audience that you're affecting, because you are right now, because our government will let you back up and they come walking all kind of thing, you know. And if allegedly if you're married, the wife can sit down there with you, because the Cayman dollars make more sense. So young man, think when you click your live, because if it was me, I would have thought about it first. I'd probably even call a close friend and discuss it on a conversation and hear their point of view in mind and rationalize it before I click that live, because that data cannot be deleted. It is there for forever. And you're going to be the one standing up in Foster's. Even your own Jamaicans gonna have little muffling under their voice when they see you, because it was not necessary, it was not warranted, and it was not needed. We are all going through something. The airlines have their policies, their procedures, their expectations. We Caymanians cannot override it. No other nation should have the privilege. That's it from Ms. Sandy. Thank you very much.
Oh no, this is my little friend husband. Oh my God, I love you, mother. What is his name? Karen, this is your son? Lord God, it only now me looking at who he for. No, Lord God, his mama work A.L. Thompson's the sweetest thing. Oh Lord, have mercy. May have to go see her. Just yesterday, we see up A.L. Thompson. You know, me going to see her today. Miss, you got to talk to this boy child of yours. No. She is such a sweet person. That my little friend that work A.L. Thompson's. This is your son going on like this? He posts up and he got it pinned to his thing. He said, I love you, mother. I was wondering who this boy is. Lord. But listen, he's an adult, so she can't tell him what to do. But boy, she might want to talk to him still, you know.
Okay, you ready for me now? You ready for me?
Yes, honey child. Okay. Go on, True.
When I tell you, when you all hear I say some of my old people, I don't like them. I do not like some of my own.
Oh my God.
What you need to do, and you need to send him a message now. Text him and send him a message. Tell him now that they need people to clean up the dead bodies, the dogs, the old boredom, and everything. And he must stay down there and cuss under all this. Right? Because if he come back, man, is then we're gonna eat him. Right? Because we know good. That's rude. I traveling 8 pieces of luggage, almost $800. Oh, Then when I go airport, another 3 pieces because I agreed to packing everything to give away. And when I go airport, 310 pounds. And when I come Cayman, I have to pay custom with the take tax for me. You understand? I don't expect to travel on no airline free. And it's not right for him to behave the way he behaved. And I'm a Jamaican born, and I don't like it. It doesn't sound good. When the hurricane, the first flight, I sit here and watch it. The first flight that landed in Jamaica was Cayman Airways carrying down stuff for our people. For our people, they didn't have to do it. And then if you have a problem with the airline, call them, talk to them, and sort it out. But not talking about people wicked. Huh?
Exactly. And Cayman Airways didn't do nothing wrong, so there's nothing to sort out.
Well,
We don't know what him talking about.
You up on the ear, you not cuss him. You sit down there talking. You not tell him about his stinking ass. And tell him stay down there. I'm going to clean up all the duck them way down there. I'm going to cuss Andrew Holmes.
You understand?
Tell him do that.
Yeah.
Because if he go back Cayman, he's no Cayman, then going to hate him. Tell him that straight and plain.
Lord God.
I'm going to lay down.
Thank you, my darling. Yes. Oh, my gosh. That last caller was on point with everything she had to say. And like I said, it's really hurtful that we even have to have these conversations. But Marlon, no, this not directed at him, and this not directed at any other decent Jamaicans who understand respect. Right? You can't come to somebody else's country and disrespect them and think that they're not going to address you. This is 2025, Bobo. Everybody got a platform, apparently, and everybody has a voice. And here in Cayman, we got to start utilizing our voice. We're sick and tired of the nonsense. Don't come for us. You know, I got all kind of family, friends. My child is half Jamaicans. I don't have no problem with Jamaicans until you got a fucking problem with me, and then we got a problem. Right? And when I say me, I'm talking about my country. Huh? I'm not torn between no other nationality. I lived in the US for 15 years, and I was always a Caymanian. And when I lived there, I respected, there were conversations, even if I had an opinion as a non-American citizen, even when I had residency, there were things that I did not make my business when I was in their country. Now I'm outside their country, I can make it my business, but I'm not in their country. I'm not living off of whatever bread and honey that they have to offer. Put some respect to it. Good morning, caller.
Hey, morning, Sunday. Might sound a little
Girl, how you doing? I know you just came out of surgery. You came out yesterday?
Yesterday, yeah, but I laying on my side, so I got the earphones in my ear. I'm sure how I sound, but I could hear you clearly. You could hear me?
Oh, yeah. Loud and clear, honey chill.
Yeah, I don't care how sick I am. I can defend my airline till I take my last breath.
That's
right.
I
was listening to the video of this guy, and I said to some of my customers that come and sit in front of me at the ticket office, you know, talking about different things. And I would say to them, you know, people will not, if you do not travel on another airline, if you just used to go in on Cayman Airways from here to Jamaica, that's it. You don't have never experienced Delta, American, United, the other airlines that go other places. They will not learn to appreciate Cayman Airways. I say that all the time, and I'm saying that now for the same reason. I'm not sure where he traveled to before, or if he only ever traveled on Cayman Airways. But I will say this to him and to anybody else out there that puts down Cayman Airways for foolishness. First of all, Cayman Airways is a business. That's number one.
Exactly.
We're not running on water. We're not running on water. So, how much more do people expect Cayman Airways to do? Cayman Airways, the Cayman Islands government is doing more than enough, and we don't have to do it, but they're doing it because it's the right thing to do. When we had Hurricane Ivan, the Jamaican people that run in here to Cayman to help, they didn't just come to help. They come here because they know the money will be running. They're going to have work,
insurance money.
To work.
That's right.
They're going to have everything to benefit to them. Meanwhile, yes, helping build back, but they didn't build Cayman from scratch. I'm tired of hearing that stupidness too.
Yeah, and they didn't do it for free.
Exactly, nothing is for free. So why does he think that it's okay? And I'm confused by him. Reason I'm saying that is I saw another video with him where he was praising Kim and Airways. So now we wicked. He was praising Kim and Airways. Oh, how Kim and Airways, proud of Kim and Airways. Kim and is the first plane at London or Jamaica. This and that. And then I say now today that we wicked. So like what? We get the wicked from? I stated, and I gotta say it again. Why he calling us wicked? Why we Caymanians don't call Jamaica wicked or Jamaica government wicked when it's a one-sided thing? And I keep saying this, why it can't be changed. It's a one-sided thing where from a Caymanian child born as an infant, we have to pay for a Jamaica visa to go to Jamaica.
You know what? Stick a pin right there, right? Somebody said to me the other day, before our government went there pledging the $1.2 million, what he should have said to Holiness is, you ready to take off this foolishness about Caymanians need visa come Jamaica?
Exactly, exactly. When I tell you that burns me to my very soul every time that I gotta go get a stamp to go into Jamaica, which I got US visa. We could go anywhere in the world with our Cayman passport. Why the hell Caymanians need a visa to go to Jamaica and they don't need none to come in here to Cayman every year? Our Cayman Airways flights are full, and we appreciate it. We're thankful for that. We full every summer with Jamaican children that don't need a visa. They're going to hop on the flight on and off as many times as they want. But yet going there from you born as an infant, a Caymanian infant needs a stamp in their passport and got paid for that. That's what they got to start looking about. And he won't call us wicked. What we could do, we just suck it up and we go and pay our fees and go about our business. We can't go to the Jamaican consulate and say, why we can't get this free, because it's not the Jamaican consulate. It's just doing their job that were handed down to them from the Jamaican government. Everything the people want for free, well, that's what happened to Air Jamaica now. I was Cayman Airways when Air Jamaica, and never forget that they ran themselves down into bankruptcy when Cayman Airways flights was full, and the only flight that was in the system to show that had seats was Air Jamaica. The same Jamaicans, I know Cayman, the same Jamaicans would say, no, I'd rather wait and go on a wait list because the Air Jamaica flight not dependable. And they were right, because every time they had a flight, they end up canceling. It wasn't even canceling, giving the people notice. It was a loss. When the people done check-in, going through sitting in departure and all that, when you hear the flight canceled, they went right down to nothing. And you see where they are now. Guess what? The Cayman Islands still have their national airline, and I'm proud to be working there too. And I will hold that to the highest of my standard and laying on my bed here with my surgery. I lay on, but yet I feel good. And I feel proud to be a Cayman, and I feel proud to work at my national airline, and I will defend them till the last, because it's not that they did anything. They did what they were supposed to do. And like I saw some persons were saying there that nobody declared that Cayman Airways didn't go and say, oh, and if nobody send anything to Jamaica, never be no fees. So how the staff will get paid? How they got paid their bills? So if everything will be free, who paying us? Somebody got paid, got to end up paying it. Go right back down to the Cayman Islands government again. Everything will fall. So it's a domino effect. I just think that the stupidness that everybody going on, but try and get these views and all the stupidness and this TikTok foolishness that they be on, and then I'm making crap off of it and go on like they're making anything. Try to sit down and be thankful that he could wake up and he had the choice. You see what he said? He chose to carry the stuff because he didn't want to send money for nobody.
He didn't even trust his own people to receive money and do the right thing.
But guess what? He had to wake up. But he had to wake up that morning. The Lord had to wake him up for him to be able to start that day, for him to put everything together, to be able to go to the airport. For a second, he stated that he didn't know it was $500 till the agent run it. Man, if he were in front of my face, I would push him down, because no Cayman Airways agent, none of our agents cannot run no border credit card without saying to the person in front of you,
how much it is.
Sir, ma'am, it's $200.
Exactly.
You have to acknowledge that. You can't just run somebody a card for $500 and then say, oh, it's $500 after the fact. That's not how it works. So he needs to stop that. He needs to recant what he's saying, because what he's saying is incorrect. And then our agents work hard at the airport. When I tell you, they turn around and take insults and hard words and stuff from people out there too. And then turn around and go, but he was free. No, come on, no, man, he done got 3. His explanation was the stupidest ever. He get 3 free bags, so he feel like, okay, the 4th bag would be his first bag. That's not how it works.
Exactly.
It's 3 free bags. You get 3 free, yes, but it's 3 bags. The cleaner that say, 3 bags gone on and they free. Don't know how it works. It's called weight and balance. It's 3 free to you, but it's not 3 free as on the plane itself. It has to balance with you, the passenger, and everybody else. And the bags. Everything has to balance, or the flight not going nowhere. So the 4th bag, it used to be, the 4th bag was $50. That has increased. The fees went up from the 1st of November. Yeah, again, it's a business. We need to make money somehow. So check other airlines.
And still, even with it going up, it is still the cheapest in the Caribbean.
Exactly. I was just going to say that, and that's where I going right back to what I started off saying. If you do not go on other airlines, you will not learn to appreciate Cayman Airways more. Check, go on them other airlines, man. All $100. Try book a seat. Our seat, the highest our seat is our seat. I think is $30 US. Yeah, $30 US. And you could book American seat $56, $6 to $75, all them kind of. But because it Cayman Airways, we got everything that be free because it's Cayman Airways. Come on now, man. Because it's Cayman Airways is the reason why we should be getting more support and not more backlash. Because we're here. Like I said, and I say it all the time, we're the last flight to leave Cayman with the last evacuation flight. Maybe an hour, 2 hours before the hurricane hitting, Cayman Airways is pushing, going, trying to get the last people out of here. And they're the first one to come back. And as long as they got clearance to come in, they can land. Just like how they were the first ones to land in Jamaica because they had clearance. They were the first one to land there. And that's what we're about. That is what the Cayman Islands is about. And that what makes me even more prouder to be a Caymanian today. But make him go sit down. What he try to go do.
Thank you so much.
I can't bother him.
Thank you, darling.
Pressure up. Yeah, I can't. No pressure.
Go get some rest.
Yeah. But I feel good otherwise, though. I just listening.
That's so wonderful.
Just listening. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you had the surgery done because now you're on the mends. You know what I mean?
Listen, man. Pain and nothing for no. I don't know. Pain is nothing nice, nothing. And I not even heal yet, and I already feel better. I just feel better because I not feeling the pain. Yeah, man. And I big up health. To the next one, I big up.
Thank you, baby.
Health. To the best. Anyway, all right, Mama, you take care.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All
right, my dear. One more caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. I'm not into this, but I had to call because I agree with Luana. And listen to this. Cayman Airways is the best for the $5 none nothing. For the $5 none nothing appearing to other airlines. And I don't know, like he said, which American he talking about because they say American airline is one of the worst airlines ever. They want to charge you for carry on writing. And my daughter just went the other day from New York to England on JetBlue, and she had to pay $75 for one seat. $75. But she was telling me, Mommy, that's ridiculous. She said people complaining about the little couple of dollars that Cayman Airways charge you, but they are the best. And I know that, and I God forbid, I will be going on Friday to Tampa. And she's going to pay for my luggage. I only have one piece and it's only 30. And I think it's and why everybody think that everything should be free. And like Luana, like Luana said about Air Jamaica, I used to work airport. I worked the airport for 30 years. Not this new one, but the one that they construct this one and the old one. And I remember when Air Jamaica, because the Air Jamaica pilots used to think that I was John Franklin race because we were the only store that used to stay open for them when the flight late and things. And I deal with the higglers, as they call them, for donkey years. And they used to tell me that Cayman Airways was a better airline, that they preferred to fly on Cayman Airways because the stewardesses was nicer, used to treat them better. So they refused to fly unless it was emergency and they couldn't get on to Cayman Airways, they would fly Air Jamaica. And I was told that, and we used to deal with more than over 100 North Jamaicans. All of them girls after the other day, one of them said, Miss Sharma, I used to call me Sharma, long time and I see you. So that's the advantage that Cayman Airways got. So like I said, people, and one don't know, no discrimination to Jamaicans, like I tell you, but one Jamaican man tell me there's 3 types of Jamaicans. They're the very educated ones, they're the barely educated ones, and then they're the stupid ones. So he might be one of the stupid ones. An old Jamaican man, the one we call Grandpa, told me that a couple of months ago. And he said he's a Jamaican, but sometimes they carry on really bad. And he was telling me, he said people need to know it is 3 quality types of Jamaicans. Very educated, barely educated, and the uneducated fools. He said this is the one that seems to make the good Jamaicans look bad.
Exactly. Yep. My dear, I wanted to, while I have you on the phone, Michelle, I wanted to express my condolences to you. I heard that you had a shocking loss in your family.
Yes, ma'am.
I am so sorry. Oh, my God.
I don't know how I'm going to be able to be there on Saturday because this is terrible, Sandra.
Oh, my God.
The way that my poor nephew got killed. Terrible.
Unbelievable.
And right on Fletcher, can you imagine? Not even on the highway, on Fletcher.
Wow.
I mean, he there in impact.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I don't even want. We understand George. The life had to take him out, so that's how bad it was.
Oh my God.
56 years old, Sandra.
I'm so sorry, really and truly. Wow. So you're gonna go away then for a couple days to be with your.
I'm not coming back on January 3rd.
Okay, you'll come back next year.
I'm gonna stay with my daughter and my immediate family. Everything is in Tampa, and all I have left for my mama siblings are there.
Yeah. Okay.
And she needed me, so I'm gonna spend some time with the family.
Well, please, yeah, life is so short, but please give our condolences to the rest of your family as well.
Yeah. Even for the sister that I saw.
Yeah. My goodness. So sad.
Yes, Mom.
All right, darling. Safe travels, and we'll speak soon. Okay, hon. Very, very sad situation there. Her nephew unfortunately lost his life in a traffic accident there in Tampa. Wow. What a thing here this morning. A few more comments coming in. This person says, if stupidity was a crime, he'd be serving a life sentence. Check a pasture. You might find that jackass. What I say, if stupidity was a crime, he'd be serving a life sentence. No, sir. Some people, work permit should be reviewed. I'm sure work permit can be reconsidered based on character flaws. If he married to Caymanian, he shouldn't be granted status. We don't need him here. If Jamaicans had and will stop short cutting their building codes, or rather implement them or improve them, and take the right approach and build strong structures and prepare for hurricane disasters. Another person says, morning, I'm glad to hear everyone feels the same. He talks a lot of smack about Cayman. Wow, I didn't even know he existed till now. Why do Jamaicans, and it is only Jamaicans who feel Cayman owes them something for leaving their country to come and work in Cayman and be paid for their labor? They're not doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. It's a fair trade. It's just as it is for everyone employed, your labor equals your salary. And like I tell them, if they're not getting paid, then they must leave. Don't work for people who are not paying you. They go on to say Jamaicans love to cuss their host nations and feel entitled. Hold on. There's more coming, honey child. This one says, oh yeah, we did this one already. Hold on. I got some more to upload. Fast and Furious, your messages have been coming in, so give me a second. This one says Cayman Airways is our number one choice of airline, but tell him to resurrect Jamaica Airline and he can fly for free on that plane. I reckon he not gonna be flying for free there. Someone says, yeah, the Jamaican government did not give us any relief fund when we had Ivan affect us. Very true. Air Jamaica had people on the airplane and canceled the flight and people had to come off. I remember that happening very often. Ross. Okay. No, sir. I want to see who his mama is. I wonder if Jamaica waived the taxes when Premier Andre Ebanks and his entourage arrived with help for their country. I think not. And I'm sure our government didn't ask either. My sentiments only. Don't know if it's factual. You know, we're the type of people that wouldn't even ask. You're right about that. We would not ask. Imagine. No, sir. Hold on. Oh gosh, sorry. Hold on a second. I got some more coming, honey. Chill. Okay. This person says, the commentator said Jamaicans too busy with us rather than building their country. They're right. The World Bank in 1952 to the 70s states that Jamaicans' disappointing economic performance is a case of low productivity, also reiterated by Jamaica's financial secretary. And the poor growth rate is due to high crime levels, deficiencies in human capital, and fiscal distortions. Too many sticky fingers in government. Oh, God. You see what happens when you open Pandora's box? You can't close it back later. My God. Some of y'all need to rein in your children, man. Them not ready. Them not ready. No, sir. A few more comments and then we're going to wrap up. Oh my gosh, it's after 11 o'clock already? I reckon. This person said no explanation was ever given why they took people off the plane. I suspect they could not pay landing fees, etc. Oh shit. Say what? Oh, really? This young man, he got a little history. Hold on. Let me show y'all this one now. Just stick a pin. Hold on, honey child. Let me get this one straight. Okay, somebody had a question. Good question too, I must say. Hold on, let me grab this comment. Thanks for the compliments on the hair, honey child. I had it up yesterday because that was my weekend do. Rocio is back, so she gonna fix me up, child. Sandra, please remind the people of how the Jamaicans help us after Ivan. The public needs to be reminded of the details and dollar figure. No dollar figure because they didn't contribute that, which I don't remember that they did it, so must have been minimal. I actually do like your hair yesterday and today, and I love your glasses. Thank you so much. They never donated nothing fiscally that I could find. I Googled and I looked and I asked AI to help me look and I deep searched it and can't find a damn thing. So I reckon it ain't there. Let me see. Hold on. What a hot mess. No, sir. Suffrage, miss see. All right, this commentator says Cayman Airways won my loyalty because of Hurricane Ivan. Yeah, trust me, a lot of us started to appreciate our national airline then. Take that. I remember other countries' airlines flying in to take out their citizens for a fee. Cayman Airways was the only airline who flew anyone, no matter the nationality, off the island for free on a first-come, first-served basis. You were only responsible for your return ticket, and they had no fees no matter how many pieces of luggage you were returning packed with hurricane supplies. American wouldn't even take boxes, as it was the time of year when they implemented a box embargo. I know this because we queued from 3 a.m. to get on the last flight off island to Miami before the sunset because there were no lights. God bless Cayman Airways. Let's give Cayman Airways a big kaboom here this morning. Kaboom! Now, I see a couple of you discussing some comments about the, the visa. So I don't know what the confusion is, but let me help you unravel it, right? The visa system is in place for all Caymanians traveling to Jamaica if you travel on that passport. So when I go to Jamaica, I don't bother with it. I just take my UK passport. But a lot of Caymanians do not have a UK passport. So yes, we are paying to go there by visa if you go that route. By contrast, here, when they come in this direction, we have actually up to, I think it's 12 and under pay no visa, and 70 plus require no visa. So it's not apples for apples. We actually loosen the reins a little bit. And I think that in order for us to have done that, if our government had any sense back then, we would have required the exact same concessions. But you see, this has historically been the problem with our people, right? We have given in and given too much, that it is no wonder that some Jamaicans, some Hondurans, some British, some Americans, some Filipinos, they think we got stupid right there, written on our forehead, because we too kind, we too nice. We bend over backwards and let somebody do you know what to us with no lubrication. It is time Caymanians say enough is enough. So this young man, I'm responding to you, and I gotta go look for your mama, because your mama raised you better than this. But once these children become adults, they believe that the cat's meowing, like somebody said, he all over TikTok, like TikTok paying his bills. You making any money off of TikTok? I really have to wonder. So somebody say this little young man loved trouble. Okay. This is the same guy that got arrested by Bliss for disrespecting the Jamaican security weeks ago. And I was like, this one in the video, who's Bliss? Bliss nightclub by the Strand. I don't go out often. I didn't even know there was a nightclub called Bliss, but there you go. So you see that? Out there disrespecting other people. You better be careful, son. I'm not trying to put my goat mud on you, but if you got in a sense, you should really, really be careful. Because ultimately, you're making life quite challenging for yourself here in the Cayman Islands. And to what end? Are you a millionaire off of TikTok? You a millionaire putting down Cayman Airways? There's, like somebody said, there are other airlines who would have said, you're a persona non grata on our airline going forward after making this kind of stupid TikTok video. Yes, you're entitled to your own opinion. You made up a lot of facts in that video that are not accurate, which we've dispelled with this morning. But you are entitled to your own opinion. But even with your own opinion will come consequences that will flow from that. So let me suggest to you that the next time you decide to jump on TikTok, especially when you want to talk about Caymanians and you want to talk about our national airline, as them young people would say, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay? Just check yourself. Now, by the end of the day, I got to know all about who he is. I don't know who his mama is. I don't need to know who the papa is, but I got to do some digging. I want to know what his immigration status is here in Cayman, what he's doing here, where he works. So y'all start digging for me and let me know. Because I'm just curious to see where the fuck you went and bought your audacity from. The corner store, obviously. Odine, good morning. Joshua says, we Jamaicans love too much freeness. If you get three free, what Cayman Airways should do? Give you all 9 bags free? You understand? We as Jamaicans is a set of ungrateful bad mind. We don't like that boy, how him a go on the internet, kiss my teeth. People like them make Cayman Islands can't better. Well, we doing better, because I tell you one thing, we will find a way to kick your ass off this island if you're not Caymanian. So don't listen. This has been a Tuesday episode of Fuck Around and Find Out. Okay? So, y'all don't have to stay here. This is the beauty of it. You don't have to stay in Cayman. Like I said, you got a problem with Cayman? Pack your bags and go. Because every one of you that's sitting here talking about you built Cayman, there's 5 more all over the world who would gladly come here for the opportunity. You're not doing nobody no favors but yourself. And look at how amazing we have been to our Jamaican brothers and sisters. Practically every incident came in, they are head of, from our judiciary to, police. Well, not anymore, but they're up in the ranks of police, prison, right? Chief officers, hiring their own people. They didn't want to hire Caymanians when they were in charge of education. But we're not going to continue to sit back and allow anyone, Jamaican or otherwise, who are not Caymanians, to come here and use us and abuse us to the point where we are on the short end of the stick. I'm going to agree with the caller who said we're suffering from Stockholm syndrome, where the very people who are keeping us hostage and mistreating us and abusing us are the ones who we kissing up to and giving position to. No more. Like I said this morning, who the cap fit, if it don't fit and it doesn't have anything to do with you, then you can ignore the comment. But y'all done know. Okay? Faded Mary Jean, what you going on with in the comment section? Who you fighting with? Are there any other flights that travel from Cayman to Jamaica? Not that I'm aware of. The other airlines they had, including Caribbean Airline and Jamaican Airline, both failed. So they're no longer around. Well, where it's not a balance with the visa system, Faded Mary Jean, is we exclude a whole slew of people. They don't exclude anybody from their visa system. You could be 100 years old going to Jamaica on a Cayman passport. You'd have to pay a visa. So that's the point. Hey, Miss Sharon. Good morning, honey child. How you doing? Cayman Brat. Carrie says he blacklisted himself. Faded Mary Jean says, I don't like illiteracy. It's a pet peeve of mine. Well, then you need to go talk to the young man in the video, because he was illiterate, he was stupid, and he made a lot of incorrect statements. And his show is called, what? Walla Reason, which translates to let's have a reasoning discussion. But yet he is the height of ignorance. Oh, Lord Jesus. The cold hard truth now raised my blood pressure. Is a real long time, but God knows he hit every single nerve, every single one of my nerves. Then the person says, preach it. Let's not forget that American Airlines is notorious for losing luggage. All right, folks, that's all I got for you today. I guess tomorrow we're gonna have to deal with the Muslims. They're coming next. What a hot mess. There was a video going around of him getting arrested too. What? Find that, please. Find that video for me of him being arrested, because I need that video like I need to finish my water here this morning. He been arrested? How is he staying in Cayman? Is he in a permit? Is he married to somebody? I need to know some facts. Who is this calling me from overseas? Hold on. Hello, good morning. Hello? Uh-oh. Hello? I can't hear you. Hello, good morning. Nope, can't hear him. Must have one of them fraudsters calling my overseas number. Don't bother with it. This person says, good morning, Sandy. As an anonymous person, I'd like a verbal public apology from this VIP Jamaican TikToker and his fan club. Like you and everyone else, I'm so tired of people like him. The visa started due to so many Jamaican criminals coming here, which is true. Jamaica was being petty and did tit for tat. That's true too. Like we running to Jamaica to be criminals over there. Well, we have a handful that are doing it. And unfortunately, they are into the drug trade. So we're not giving them no blah either. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, so this was another one that apparently one of our own idiots now, because Caymanians love follow fashion. So they were also complaining about payment with Cayman Airways. Let me show you this one. To be fair, someone did send me this morning, and this is a Caymanian talking about $200 USD for two luggages. What a fucking bunch of y'all are so stupid. Y'all are so dumb. But one thing with Caymanians, boy, if it's stupid and it don't make no sense and it dumb as fuck, we gonna follow fashion. Not one bit of sense. So let me show you guys this one now that has likewise been circulating. Hold on. And this is one of our own. Somebody said, Mr. Amelia, this is your niece or something? Somebody, family, to them George. Life like I'm last year today. No give a fuck, nobody don't chat to me. Life like I'm last year today. No give a fuck, nobody don't chat to me. Now I can count, and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 pieces. But her caption says $200 USD for 2 luggages. Luggages, Naida. Lord Jesus, y'all are such a fucking embarrassment. 2 luggages on Cayman Airways. Look here. Look at all them suitcases. And she talking about 2 luggages. 5 pieces is not 2. What math school you went to, child? Living my life like I'm a. This is the Caymanian stupidity version of it. That's one of us. Again, follow fashion. Go on American Airlines with them same 5 pieces and see what you'd be paying. I am so sick and tired of y'all. And Lavana is right. This is optional. Just like when y'all want CUC, I said turn off the blood clot light. Where you got the light on if you can't afford it for? You want AC 24/7. You want light on, this and that, and you cannot pay it. Same thing with Cayman Airways. Number one, traveling is a luxury in most cases. Yeah. If you have a medical emergency, check and see how much air ambulance can be. But nobody not tell you to travel with no 5 pieces. Take your 1 piece and shut your mouth. You know what's even better? Put it on a boat and see how much it's going to cost you. Send it FedEx and see how much they're going to charge you. Y'all are ungrateful. Miss Alma, them not easy. No, Faded said a week. These people are just stupid. Taking so many bags and then you gonna complain about the price. Y'all want to be flexing like you're rich and you're piss poor. When you go to Miami, you can find money to rent car, one little ring-a-ding hotel. You gotta go to the cheapest place to shop, but the clothes falling off you by the next week. But then y'all have the audacity to complain about baggage fees. Shut up. I'm so sick and tired of y'all. Just as a matter of fact, this warrants the playing of a special video. Let me see if I still have it saved here. Hold on now. Hold on. I'm looking for a particular video. You know the one about shut the fuck all the way up to Funk Mountain? I'm looking for that one. I don't have that one, but in the meantime, maybe this one will suffice. Let me see.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
Just like that. I'm gonna play that one more time. Whoever this girl is, let me see what her name is. Miss Ramia, this is supposed to be your niece. Come and get your niece. Kamisha, this is a special message for you this morning. You're complaining about luggage. Today, no give a fuck, nobody don't chat to me. Nobody don't chat to me.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
Misha, what an embarrassment to Cayman you are. Seriously. Oh my God. Girl, how embarrassing. You got time to post that on TikTok? What do you? Seriously? Are y'all that desperate for attention? 5 pieces. Is that just you one traveling by yourself, or how many people are traveling with you? Y'all are just, it blows my mind. Like there's the internet and the whole TikTok and social media thing has brought out a whole breed of stupidity. Amy, good morning, beautiful. How you doing? She says, I'm genuinely curious. What are they teaching Jamaicans about Cayman-Jamaican relationship? Clearly not the facts, because the way some of them come here demanding from us, acting like we are still a Jamaican dependency and we must bow to them in gratitude for every little thing. It's something that they're taught, or is it truly just ignorance? No, it's ignorance. It's ignorance, and they're too happy to remain in their ignorance. Part of the reason why is because when they start talking their smack, Caymanians don't step up and say, shut the fuck up, get your facts straight. So we need to do more of that, okay? We need to be just as vocal as them in these chats and in these conversations, saying, make sure you get your facts straight. Make that go viral. Make the facts go viral, not your fake shit. So that's part of the problem. Lord have mercy. What did it say? The first robbery, Margaritaville, etc., and more. Then PJ Patterson, dummy, went and put visa on Caymanians. PJ Patterson, I don't think he was around when the visas went in. Was he even alive? Is he still alive? I don't know. Faded Mary Jean. Lavana says, I'm feeling much better day by day. Bless you, my dear. So the word of the day is luggages. Yeah, right? Try and fix that typo, because they're going to come after you next. Yes. The word of the day. Put my face on. The word of the day today is luggages. What is luggages? Luggages is when you have more than one piece of luggage and you never went to school. Clearly, you never finished high school, because then you would know that there's not such a fucking word as luggages. Hello. Kamisha, that should be your focus. How stupid you look now to my luggages. I'm just saying. Don't kill the teacher. I'm just trying to help you, honey chill. Brenda says Cayman was never a dependent of Jamaica. Will they be going on like that? 2 crown colonies. We shared one administrator. Like I said earlier, go and watch the video. That's why when they were splitting from the UK came to us, because if we were dependent of them, that would have never happened. So you got to understand the context of what it was. We were administered under Jamaica. So in very loose terms, some people like to claim that's a dependent. No. There was no legal dependency in the real world, right? That's why the UK came to us and said, would you like to go with Jamaica, or you want to stay under the UK? And we were like, we got better sense than that. We will be staying with y'all. Thank you very much. For as bad as y'all is sometimes, we have to pick the lesser of the 2 evils and just stay with the UK. Anyway, some of us got work to do. You and you and you and you and me. So time to get to it. Beautiful folks, please have a very, very good day. The parliamentary sessions are continuing. And so we're going to find out all about the money and where it's going and all that kind of stuff. So lots and lots of interesting components to that. Yes, I've seen your comments about the new increase in fees, and we are going to work it out. What? He was a PM back then? Oh, well, you know what? I mind my own business more than I mind the business of Jamaica. All I know is we had to put it in place. And I remember the attorney there, was it Rich? He was chair of the board at the time, and he came on my Straight Talk show, and we broke it down as to why that had to be put in place. So And yes, I mean, let's just be quite frank here. We have to scrutinize people coming into our islands from all over the place. And Jamaica is one of the places that, a good number of criminal elements come in. Same thing with Honduras, because again, they see that we slack. So when they do stuff over there, the first thing they want to do is run to Cayman. And the records prove it all the time. I'm not telling y'all something that's not based in facts. It is what it is. So we needed it. They didn't really need it as much as we needed it, that's for sure. But there you go. Our government all now can't negotiate their way out of that. Anywho, like I said, we've got work to do, and I certainly have work to do. So please enjoy the rest of your day. Work hard. Don't be lazy like this TikToker and think that you're going to get clout off of these foolish videos that they keep want to put up. Cayman Airways, we love you like cook food. When they don't do right, we be the first ones to call them out. But when they're right, we can be the first ones to defend them. So you guys have still the best tickets pricing wise. You still have the best luggage fees in the region. And it is what it is. We will support and we will continue to support our national airline. Lulu says it sure made my work easier. Makes the day go by, doesn't it? All right, my beautiful people. Have a good one. And we'll chat with you next week. Like I said, I got another video coming next week, tomorrow. I've got another video coming with the Muslim community. Even to them getting bold, trying a thing. And so we're going to invite some of them on the program. Let's see if they'll come on and have a little chat with us, because you kind of misstep recently. I've been trying to defend y'all, but when you misstep, there's really no defense to it. Okay? And if you're traveling today, yes, in the wise words of Marshall Durante, if you're traveling today, please have all your money for your luggages. Okay? So when you get your luggages, you make sure you have your dinero to pay for your luggages. All right. Bye, Diane. Bye, Trisha. Everybody else, have a fantastic day. Bye, Miss Brenda, Lulu, Carrie. Let me see who else. Amy, all of you. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the program. That's why it's Cayman's #1 talk show, because of you. So thank you. Until tomorrow morning, have a blessed day.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.